that we are showing a large crater and debris scattered across the road. In fact, this incident is a part of escalating tensions between Iran and Israel, with reports of joint US-Israel strikes on Iranian targets and Iran's retaliatory attacks on Israeli cities, including Beit Shemesh, where 9 people were killed and over 20 injured. And this visual coming in from Jerusalem, viewers, where 6 people have been injured in the Iranian ballistic missile strike.
נפילה שם, נפילה. הנה עוד אחד, נפילה שם. יואו! נפילה שם, נפילה. הנה עוד אחד, נפילה שם.
רמת שלמה פה, כניסה לרמת שלמה פה. הנה הפר, הרכב, כולם בסדר, אחד יצא. הנה הפיר.
אוקיי, אני פה. אז כל האנשים
רמת שלמה פה, כניסה לרמת שלמה פה. הנה הפר, הרכב, כולם בסדר, אחד יצא. הנה הפיר.
אוקיי, אני פה.
Coming up after the break, viewers, Prime Minister Modi dials Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu amid the Middle East unrest, reiterates early cessation of hostilities. And Afghanistan attacks Pakistan's Noor Khan air base and military facilities in Rawalpindi. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same SpiceJet. This is the same SpiceJet that does not have the money to pay the Bangladesh government, which is why it had...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
PM Modi dials Israel PM Netanyahu amid the Middle East unrest, reiterates early stoppage of hostilities. And Trump says 48 Iranian leaders eliminated in ongoing joint US-Israeli strikes against Iran, describes the operations as highly successful. Iran strikes French naval base camp in Abu Dhabi in UAE. Crude oil price jumps by over 10% per barrel as war escalates in the Middle East. Afghanistan attacks Pakistan's Noor Khan Air Base and military facilities in Rawalpindi. Prime Minister Modi chairs Cabinet Committee on Security meeting in Delhi amid escalating tensions in West Asia. Big breaking news coming in from Pakistan. Taliban says it has attacked multiple military bases in Pakistan. Now, the Afghanistan Ministry of Defense is saying it attacked Pakistan's Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, the 12th Division headquarters in Quetta, and the quasi camp in the Muhammad Agency of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, as well as many other significant Pakistani military facilities and command centers. This is as the war-like situation is escalating rapidly between Afghanistan and Pakistan. So once again, we see that there has been more developments, the tensions which are rising between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Quetta and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa have been targeted by the Taliban. So we are seeing strikes. Pakistan striking Afghanistan striking Pakistan back. Some of these places which have been targeted by Taliban are military air bases or military sites. This is the latest update that we're getting for you here. Big breaking news coming in from Pakistan. Taliban says it has attacked multiple military bases in Pakistan. The Afghanistan Ministry of Defense says it attacked Pakistan's Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, 12th Division in Quetta, Balochistan, quasi camp in the Muhammad Agency of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, as well as many other significant Pakistani military facilities and command centers. This as a war-like situation escalates rapidly between Afghanistan and Pakistan. So huge updates coming in here, viewers. Taliban targets Pakistan's Noor Khan Air Base. The escalation between Pakistan and Afghanistan is getting extremely tense. In the latest coming in, we see that there has been an escalation once more. And Pakistan had said that it's an open war. Remember, Pakistan had declared the tensions as an open war. The Afghan and Pakistani troops are battling along the border. We have seen multiple strikes, including many U.S. air bases as well. Days after Islamabad's Defense Minister Khwaja Asif declared that the neighbors were at open war following months of tit-for-tat clashes. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. And blasts are being heard once again in multiple parts, in major parts of Afghanistan. Let's go to Major Toor, who's joining us. Major Toor, a very good morning to you here. And we were with you yesterday as well, when we were decoding the Iran situation. And now we've shifted our focus to what is happening between Afghanistan and Pakistan. It looks like the situation is escalating there too. Yes, Major Toor.
Well, you see, as we see the pattern day by day, they are increasing their reach. They are using their air force extensively. And now that they've bombed their Noor Khan base also. So, you see, it's going to increase. These are telltale signs that it is not a 2-day or a 3-day, 4-day war. And here they're dealing with the Taliban. We must not forget that this is the same Taliban which never had an organized army, equipment, or an organized air force or armor. Despite that, with their guerrilla tactics, and they put up a guerrilla war against the Russians. And the Russians literally had to run from Afghanistan. And then it followed forth with the Americans. And before the Americans and the Russians, it was the British during the colonial times that they had to actually vacate Afghanistan because of the ambushes which were taking place. So you see the terrain is such, the area is such, and these people are born here. They know every and each lane which is to be taken in the mountains. They know the weather at the back of the hand. They know the exact dead ground the locations and positions where probably in a mountainous area, there is a pass and there is no other alternative but to just proceed ahead. So they would occupy these passes and then, carry out the ambushes. So this is exactly what is going to happen with Pakistan. And you see, moreover, the amount of refugees which are present deep within Pakistan are in thousands or maybe lakhs. So it is very difficult to, identify and then catch hold of these Afghans and then deport them. And then the Durand line is a porous border. There is no fixed border there. So I think this is going to be a long haul. It's not going to be a war which is going to end in few days or weeks. It might take few months or it might prolong even further.
Right.
It all depends upon what, if Pakistan wants to carry it on further, it will carry out more attacks, but the retaliation is not going to stop from Taliban. So the ideal thing would be to negotiate and to be done with the Durand line and get the demarcations done as per the legal documents.
Right. Major Toor, before I let you go, now we also have to talk a little bit more about what Trump has said about the situation in Pakistan and Afghanistan. He's saying that I will not be intervening for now. He said, and I quote here, you have a great prime minister, he's referring to Shehbaz Sharif, and you have a great general there. You have a great leader. I think Pakistan is doing quite well. Now, isn't this a little bit very concerning, the statement from Trump? Because even the situation like we saw in Iran and US, and similarly in Pakistan and Afghanistan, first there were talks on the negotiating table, there was diplomacy, but now it looks like the situation is getting a little bit out of control, especially with Trump saying he will not be intervening.
You see, I would like to say that this is a very sarcastic comment by President Trump towards Shehbaz Sharif. So I think the Pakistanis should not get carried away with what statements Trump is giving regarding them, especially the good ones. Secondly, whatever promises were made by Pakistan, be it the precious metals, mining, or the gemstones that they've offered them, and then other than that, the troops that they've committed to Saudi Arabia, the troops that they've committed to the ISF in Gaza. So basically, they've been only talking, but there has been no action on ground. So probably, you see, Americans they have probably realized that they're more of a lip service than actual doing anything on ground. And so probably Americans are indirectly avoiding Pakistan by giving such statements, and their main focus is on Iran. Their main focus is on oil. So I don't think Pakistan is a priority at the moment. And I think after the Iran matter is resolved, the only thing that Pakistan has to offer to the world is the nuclear threat. So denuclearization definitely would be on the cards for the Americans, followed by Turkey. The way it is.
Thank you for joining us here, Republic TV defense expert. We will be coming back to our defense experts as we try to decode what's happening between Pakistan and Afghanistan. However, there has been a big shift in Middle East geopolitics. Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei has now been confirmed killed following the joint US-Israeli strikes targeting military and leadership sites across Iran. Iran has declared 40 days of mourning after what officials described as the most consequential attack in decades, with senior leaders and even members of Khamenei's family killed in the operation. Here's how the events unfolded.
On Saturday, US and Israel in a joint operation launched preemptive strikes, targeting leadership compounds and military installations across Iran. After months of planning and tracking the supreme leader's whereabouts, Ayatollah Khamenei was hit in the office of his house. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had given signals earlier. Then came the confirmation.
Today, we launched Operation Roaring Lion, an operation against the Iranian terrorist regime in full cooperation with the U.S. Armed Forces. This is an operation against the world's largest sponsor of terror, a regime that for years has called death to Israel, death to America, death to the West. We listened to their words carefully. We watched their actions, and today, we acted. We acted because we had to. We launched this operation by seizing an operational opportunity, conducting coordinated strikes against high-level gatherings of senior figures within Iran's military and security leadership. We can now confirm that these senior Iranian regime officials were eliminated by the IDF.
President Trump confirmed a large number of top Iranian officials were killed, including the supreme leader, the defense minister, and top commanders. Iran's state media followed, confirming the death of Khamenei and announcing 40 days of national mourning. It was revealed Khamenei's family members, including his daughter, daughter-in-law, son-in-law, and granddaughter, were also killed in the attack. Iran vowed revenge, continuing with attacks across Gulf countries. Dubai to Kuwait, air bases to ports, Iran spared nothing. Gulf nations condemn attacks on their soil. China, Russia, North Korea came out in Iran's support, while Western powers justified the aggression. And now, with Iran's interim leader appointed, Tehran not willing to back off, and US and Israel continuing with their offensive. The world watches as Iran enters a new and uncertain era. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And the big breaking news coming in the Middle East war. And now Lebanon has reported at least 10 consecutive strikes in southern Beirut. So Lebanon's capital is now under Israeli attack. This as the war spills from between Israel and Iran to now engulfing the entire West Asia. So big updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Let's tell you what is the development that we are getting for our viewers. So big breaking news coming in the Middle East war. Now Lebanon has reported at least 10 consecutive Israeli airstrikes in southern Beirut. So Lebanon's capital is now under Israeli attack. This as the war is spilling between Israel and Iran to now engulfing the entire West Asia region. Very important development. Very important development that we're seeing here in this escalating situation that is playing out. And it's very important to note that the Iran's proxies are also of concern. So we have a couple of proxies of Iran, such as the Hezbollah, Houthis, Iraqi militia. So a lot of these proxies of Iran are also being targeted according to the latest update that we are getting for our viewers, so especially Hezbollah in Lebanon. So breaking news coming in the Middle East war. Now Lebanon has reported at least 10 consecutive Israeli airstrikes in southern Beirut region. Lebanon's capital is now under Israeli attack, and now we see that the Middle East situation is escalating even further. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. Some more breaking news coming in. Let's go once again to some breaking news coming in from Lebanon, and now Lebanon has retaliated. The IDF has said that 6 rockets were launched from Lebanese territory for the first time in months. On northern Israel says it has intercepted 1 rocket and the rest fell in open area. So big updates coming in. 6 rockets launched from Israeli territory. This is what the IDF is saying. Lebanon retaliates. 6 rockets have been launched on Israel. These are pictures also coming first on Republic TV, showing you how the Middle East situation is escalating and essentially spreading to different parts of the Middle East. Lebanon retaliates. 6 rockets launched on Israel. So once again, we're showing you these pictures which are coming in on Republic TV about what really is happening there. But getting you these updates coming in. Middle East especially is once again getting a situation getting very, very tense, very, very intense there. And we have seen multiple strikes in different parts of Middle East. So it is encompassing a larger area. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Hezbollah has claimed responsibility for northern Israel. Hezbollah says rockets fired in retaliation for the elimination of Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei. So now we see that the proxy pressure from Iran is coming in. Like we said, Hezbollah of Lebanon, Houthis of Yemen, Iraqi militia. All of these are proxies of Iran. Now, Hezbollah claims responsibility of the Israeli attack, and now they are also saying that they're protesting against the elimination of Khamenei. So big updates coming here, viewers, on Republic TV as we keep tracking these updates. Israel has intercepted Lebanon strike, and Hezbollah is vowing vengeance. So air raid sirens can be heard across northern Israel as fresh threat emerges in the region's escalating situation. All right, let's move ahead, viewers. Iran has launched a major attack on Israel, citing civilian areas in Tel Aviv and Beit Shemesh. Residential buildings have been damaged, families evacuated, and casualties reported. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has now vowed a strong response, saying Israel will bring the full might of the IDF into the battle with U.S. backing as tensions escalate and leadership uncertainty looms in Tehran. The region is bracing for what comes next. Take a look.
Israel has suffered major attacks by Iran on Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. In Tel Aviv, an Iranian ballistic missile hit a residential building, reducing it to rubble, and residents now have nowhere to go. According to reports, 40 buildings were damaged by the missiles that struck Tel Aviv, and more than 200 residents were evacuated to hotels. In Beit Shemesh, a missile attack left 8 people dead. The Iranian regime directly fired missiles to a civilian neighborhood, an allegation that has also been reiterated by the United States. The Prime Minister of Israel gave his condolences to the people who lost their lives in Iranian attacks on Beit Shemesh and Tel Aviv.
ועם זאת, אלה ימים כואבים. אתמול כאן בתל אביב, ועכשיו בבית שמש, איבדנו אנשים יקרים. ליבי יוצא למשפחות, ואני שולח בשם כולכם אזרחי ישראל איחולי החלמה לפצועים. אנחנו במערכה שבה אנחנו מביאים את כל כוחו של צה"ל כפי שלא היה מעולם למערכה הזאת כדי להבטיח את קיומנו ועתידנו. אבל אנחנו מביאים למערכה הזאת גם את סיועה של ארצות הברית, את ידידי נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ, את צבא ארצות הברית, ושילוב הכוחות הזה מאפשר לנו לעשות את מה שאני מייחל לעשות כבר 40 שנה. להכות את משטר הטרור.
Apart from attacks on military bases, strategic assets and tactical objectives, innocent civilians are losing their lives in this deadly war. All eyes, however, are now on Iran. With Khamenei no more, will Iran continue its attacks, or will it call a truce with its neighboring countries and the United States?
Escalation, retaliation, and what now looks like a never-ending war has made a direct impact on the most significant oil route of the world, the Strait of Hormuz, carrying nearly 1/5 of the global of oil supply. And as the Strait of Hormuz gets blocked, many questions arise. Will it lead to inflation, the prices of oil supply worldwide, and many more? Here's a closer look.
The most significant and strategic route of global oil shipping, Strait of Hormuz. In the recent acts of retaliation, Iran has now attacked an oil tanker passing through the strait. Even as 200 oil tankers are held up. Question arises, why is Strait of Hormuz so relevant? The Strait of Hormuz, the world's most sensitive maritime choke point. 1/5 of the global oil supply passes through through the route, as also roughly 1/3 of India's oil and gas. A narrow maritime corridor that connects the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman, the Arabian Sea, and ultimately the Indian Ocean. Iran lies to its north, and to the south are Oman and the United Arab Emirates. As tensions grew, the global oil supply route was cordoned off. Warnings were issued by Iran if the US or any other country launches a strike, this would follow. And the impact? Inflation, global increase of oil prices. With the Strait of Hormuz now blocked, the impact on international energy trade remains to be assessed.
So the fallout is spreading beyond Israel. Missile debris has fallen in Sharjah. A drone strike has hit an oil tanker near Oman's port, and parts of an intercepted drone landed near Abu Dhabi's Etihad residence complex. Injuries have also been reported, and shipping lanes are on edge. Now, with hundreds of drones and missiles being reportedly launched, West Asia is witnessing one of the most volatile moments in years, and ripple effects are being felt far beyond the battlefield. Here's more.
Though Iran's supreme leader Khamenei is dead, but the attacks do not stop in West Asia. In a shopping center in Sharjah, a missile debris fell over, resulting in a thick black smoke. In Palau, a flagged oil tanker was struck as a result of a drone strike in the Dukm port in Oman. The tanker was carrying 15 Indians and 5 Iranians on board, and the strike is reported to have injured 4 crew members. In Abu Dhabi, parts of an intercepted drone fell on the front of a towers complex where the Israeli embassy is located. However, among the most serious incidents was the one in Beit Shemesh in Jerusalem. This strike reduced a building to ashes and left 8 people dead. The UAE Defense Ministry claims it has intercepted most of Iran's projectile attacks, but the UAE has been a very big target of Iran. 200 drones and 137 ballistic missiles have been used to target the UAE so far. PM Modi spoke with the president of UAE, and he strongly condemned the attacks and reiterated India's stand in solidarity with the UAE in these difficult times.
And tensions in West Asia are now, can be felt far beyond the conflict zone. With anger over Israel-US strikes in Iran spilling into the streets of Turkey, hundreds of protesters have marched through Istanbul, condemning the joint Israeli and American attacks on Iran. Demonstrators raise anti-US and anti-Israel slogans. More in this report. Take a look.
Tensions over the Israel-US strikes on Iran are now spilling on the streets of Turkey. Hundreds of protesters flooded the streets of Turkish city, Istanbul, denouncing the Israeli-US strikes on Iran. Hundreds of protesters took to the streets, raising anti-US and Israel slogans. Protesters stand behind a massive banner featuring images of Donald Trump, Adolf Hitler, and Benjamin Netanyahu.
Özellikle Amerikan emperyalizmini lanetlemek üzere buradayız. Amerika'nın zulmünü, Amerika'nın bu yaptıklarını gerçekten reddediyoruz ve kınıyoruz. Sadece kınamayla değil, hayatımız boyunca onlara karşı mücadele edeceğimizi burada göstermek üzere de bir araya geldik.
As demonstrators burned the US and Israeli flags, protesters also gathered in front of the Israeli consulate.
Bu katliamları, bu zulmü, bu işgalleri protesto etmek, telyin etmek, burada mazlum halklara bir ses vermek, Müslümanların, İslam ümmetinin yanında olduğumuzu, onunla birlikte hareket etmek istediğimizi, Trump'ı, ABD'yi, küresel emperyalizmi protesto etmek için burada.
Turkey has voiced concerns over recent US-Israeli attacks on Iran, as well as Iranian strikes targeting West Asia. Turkey has also called for a ceasefire and a return to negotiations to de-escalate the tensions.
And Trump says 48 Iranian leaders eliminated in the ongoing joint US-Israeli strikes against Iran. Describes the operation as highly successful. Stay tuned. We are getting you the top updates.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम MDH का जल जीरा सिम
जीरा सिम असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your...
Viewers, top headlines. PM Modi dials Israel PM Netanyahu amid the Middle East unrest, reiterates early stoppage of hostilities. Trump says 48 Iranian leaders eliminated in ongoing joint US-Israeli strikes against Iran. Describes the operation as highly successful. Iran strikes naval base camp, a French naval base camp in Abu Dhabi, UAE. Crude oil price jumps by over 10% per barrel as war escalates in the Middle East. Afghanistan attacks Pakistan's Noor Khan Air Base and military facilities in Rawalpindi. Prime Minister Modi chairs Cabinet Committee on Security meeting in Delhi amid escalating tensions in West Asia. Coming in from Lebanon amid the West Asia war tensions are escalating sharply between Israel and Hezbollah. Now, Israel has also struck Lebanese territory. This is the Bekaa Valley in eastern Lebanon is now being targeted by Israel areas. surrounding the settlements of Haruf, Khirbet and Al-Halousia in southern Lebanon are under strike. So big updates coming here, viewers on Republic TV. Let's take you through exactly what's happening. We see some situation evolving very sharply here, very sharply here. Coming in the backdrop of retaliatory strikes that we are seeing, because remember that the IDF has said that Hezbollah is targeting some areas in Israel, and the Hezbollah has said that they want to avenge the death of Khamenei. So this is a statement which has come in earlier. Big updates coming here, viewers of Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what is happening here. So we are seeing the situation is really evolving further. Israel is also intercepting Lebanon's strike as Hezbollah has vowed Iran vengeance. Air raid sirens can be heard. They've been sounded across northern Israel as fresh threats emerge in the region's escalating conflict. Israel is targeting Bekaa Valley, the eastern Lebanon region. So we are seeing these updates come in. We're seeing these updates come in, viewers. So we'll also get you more updates, because now we see Israeli is targeting Beirut. So Israeli strikes were also launched in Beirut's southern suburbs. Lebanese media is reporting that Hezbollah said that they fired rockets and drones at Israel in response to the killing of Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. The IDF has confirmed it had launched a wave of strikes against Hezbollah across Lebanon in response to Iran-backed military groups' projectile fire towards the state of Israel. Huge updates coming here, viewers on Republic TV. The IDF has confirmed this as well. The IDF has said the Hezbollah organization is operating on behalf of the Iranian regime, opening fire against the state of Israel and its civilians. So this is a statement which has come in from the IDF. That means that Israel and Lebanon tensions are escalating. Israel strikes multiple locations in Lebanon. Currently, Israel targeting Bekaa Valley in the eastern Lebanon region. So big updates coming here on Republic TV. Projectiles are also being fired from Lebanon, have triggered air raid sirens in northern Israel. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on the situation. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in, because the ripple effects of the escalating conflict in the Middle East are now being felt across Asia. Thailand and Bangladesh have reported widespread flight cancellations as airspace closures and security concerns disrupt global aviation routes. Airlines are rerouting their services, suspending key Middle East destinations, and thousands of passengers have been left stranded. Here's a report. Take a look.
Thailand cancelled 134 flights nationwide. At Bangkok's Suvarnabhumi airport alone, 59 flights were scrapped. Airport staff were deployed to assist stranded passengers with information and basic support. Airspace closures across the Middle East have forced airlines to reroute flights southward over Saudi Arabia. The diversions are expected to cause delays and higher operational costs. In Dhaka, at least 54 flights were cancelled within 24 hours. State-run Biman Bangladesh Airlines suspended multiple Middle East routes, including Dammam, Riyadh, Dubai, and Kuwait. Limited services to Madinah and Jeddah have also resumed. Bangladesh has urged regional nations to allow stranded citizens to enter once conditions improve.
Millions
of Bangladeshis work in West Asia. Dhaka has also called for respect for sovereignty and expressed concern over citizen safety. In Dhaka, students-led Inqilab Mancha led protests condemning the attacks on Iran. From Bangkok to Dhaka, global aviation is facing turbulence, with passengers paying the meted price.
There is some big breaking updates coming in, viewers. Big breaking news coming in, and now the US has released a video of strikes destroying the IRGC headquarters in Iran. The US Central Command says Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps killed more than 1,000 Americans over the past 47 years. And yesterday, a large-scale US strike cut off the head of the snake. America has the most powerful military on earth, and the IRGC no longer has a headquarters. So the US now says that the IRGC no longer has a headquarters. This is a huge update coming in, viewers. Putting out those pictures coming in for you, this is a very, very big update because US has said they have destroyed Iran's guards headquarters. The US Central Command stated that the IRGC has been responsible for the deaths of more than 1,000 Americans over the past 47 years. Now we have put out that picture. This is the IRGC headquarters being destroyed and attacked. According to the US military has confirmed the destruction of the headquarters of the IRGC in a large-scale strike. The US Central Command stated that the IRGC has been responsible for the deaths of more than 1,000 Americans over the past 47 years. In an announcement, the US has described the action as a cutting off the head of the snake, adding that the US possesses the most powerful military on earth, that the IRGC now lacks a headquarters. Israeli military, remember, is also conducting strikes on Iranian military command centers, including those belonging to the IRGC, intelligence headquarters, IRGC Air Force command centers, and internal security headquarters. According to the latest statement from Israel, these strikes are inflicting heavy blows to Iran's command and control capabilities, resulting in the elimination of personnel in critical facilities. So huge updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. So what we see right now is that the big breaking news is that the US says it destroyed Iran's guards headquarters. All right, so this is a video which has been posted by the US Central Command, which we are just playing for you. This is the video which has been posted by US Central Command. And this video says that the description says Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps killed more than 1,000 Americans over the past 47 years. Yesterday, a large-scale US strike cut off the head of the snake. America has the most powerful military on earth, and the IRGC does not even have its headquarters. So let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Now, several top Iranian commanders reportedly eliminated in the US-Israel joint and anti-Iran military operations. Israel has claimed it killed the top tier of Iran's military command in strikes deep inside Tehran. Among those reportedly killed is Glomer Reza Rezian, described as the regime's police intelligence chief. More significantly, Iranian Chief of Staff Major General Abdul Rahim Mousavi has also been reported dead in the strikes. While US has claimed to have killed more than 48 Iranian leaders. In fact, this is the claim coming in that US is claiming to have killed 40 Iranian leaders in US strikes. We are also getting more reports about the key leaders in Iran who have been eliminated. Let's have a look at this report. You'll get more details.
West Asia is on the brink. With top Iranian commanders eliminated, Tehran is retaliating with missiles and drones. Israel, Iran, and now the United States have locked in a widening confrontation. Israel claims to have killed the top tier of Iran's military command in Tehran, and among those reportedly killed are the Iranian regime's chief of staff Abdul Rahim Mousavi, the commander-in-chief of IRGC Mohammad Pakpor, and more significantly, Aziz Nasirzadeh, the Iranian Minister of Defense. Not just this, the Iranian media also said that the strikes also killed former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. Ahmadinejad served as Iran's president between 2005 and 2013. The strikes were a part of what Israel calls Operation Rising Lion, a coordinated aerial assault deep inside Tehran. The Israeli Air Force says 40 senior commanders of Iran have been eliminated.
סיימתי עכשיו פגישה עם שר הביטחון, הרמטכ"ל וראש המוסד. נתתי הנחיות להמשך המערכה. אתמול חיסלנו את הרודן חמינאי, יחד איתו חיסלנו עשרות מבכירי משטר הדיכוי. כוחותינו הולמים עכשיו בלב טהרן בעוצמות הולכות וגוברות, וזה רק ילך ויתגבר עוד יותר.
US President Donald Trump also claims to have killed 48 Iranian leaders in American strikes. Calling Iran one of the most violent regimes in history, Trump said that the United States military operation is ahead of its schedule in Iran. And now, with Iran strongly retaliating, West Asia stands on the edge as this regional war spirals beyond control.
And Iran has launched a major missile attack on Israel, hitting civilian areas in Tel Aviv and Beit Shemesh. Residential buildings have been damaged, families evacuated, and casualties reported. Prime Minister Netanyahu has vowed a strong response, saying Israel will bring the full might of the IDF into the battle with US backing. As tensions escalate and leadership uncertainty looms in Tehran, the region is bracing for what comes next.
Israel has suffered major attacks by Iran on Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. In Tel Aviv, an Iranian ballistic missile hit a residential building, reducing it to rubble, and residents now have nowhere to go. According to reports, 40 buildings were damaged by the missiles that struck Tel Aviv, and more than 200 residents were evacuated to hotels. In Beit Shemesh, a missile attack left 8 people dead. The Iranian regime directly fired missiles to a civilian neighborhood, an allegation that has also been reiterated by the United States. The Prime Minister of Israel gave his condolences to the people who lost their lives in Iranian attacks on Beit Shemesh and Tel Aviv.
ועם זאת, אלה ימים כואבים. אתמול כאן בתל אביב, ועכשיו בבית שמש, איבדנו אנשים יקרים. ליבי יוצא למשפחות, ואני שולח בשם כולכם אזרחי ישראל איחולי החלמה לפצועים. אנחנו במערכה שבה אנחנו מביאים את כל כוחו של צה"ל, כפי שלא היה מעולם, למערכה הזאת, כדי להבטיח את קיומנו ועתידנו. אבל אנחנו מביאים למערכה הזאת גם את סיועה של ארצות הברית, את ידידי, נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ, את צבא ארצות הברית, ושילוב הכוחות הזה מאפשר לנו לעשות את מה שאני מייחל לעשות כבר 40 שנה. להכות את משטר הטרור.
Apart from attacks on military bases, strategic assets, and tactical objectives, innocent civilians are losing their lives in this deadly war. All eyes, however, are now on Iran. With Khamenei no more, will Iran continue its attacks, or will it call a truce with its neighboring countries and the United States?
Big news coming in from France, Germany, and UK on the West Asia war. So they have put a joint statement out, these countries, France, Germany, UK, for Iranian attacks on countries in the region as indiscriminate. Britain, France, and Germany say that they are ready to work with the US and partners to help stop Iran's retaliatory attacks. So UK, France say attacks by Iran are indiscriminate. This is a statement which has come out. US, France, Germany are ready to work with the United States. This is the update that we're getting for you here on Republic TV. So UK, France, Germany saying they're ready to work with the US. They're showing concern about the situation which is escalating in the Middle East. Okay, so joint statement of France, Germany, UK calling Iranian attacks on the countries in the region as indiscriminate. Britain, France, and Germany say that they are ready to work with the US and partners to help stop Iran's retaliatory attacks. So big updates coming here on what we can expect next in the story. So what we see is that there will be more updates in terms of the pressure that a lot of countries are putting for a better solution to the Middle East situation. Okay, also let's move ahead to some of the other angles. Mojtaba Khomeini, the son of Iran's supreme leader who has been eliminated, could be one of the top figures to watch out for. Mojtaba has been viewed as influential behind the scenes with close ties to Iran's powerful revolutionary guard. Though he has never held elected office, he's widely seen as part of the inner circle of power, and now as Iran looks to choose its next supreme leader, his name is again in focus. Take a look.
Iran has now named the possible successor of Iran's late supreme leader Ali Khamenei. Mojtaba Khamenei, a name now at the center of intense succession talks. Mojtaba, rarely seen in the public eye, but long talked about in Tehran's power corridors. Born in Mashhad in 1969, he is the second son of Iran's supreme leader and studied theology and became a cleric. He also fought in the final phase of the Iran-Iraq war and later built strong ties with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. Although he has never held a formal government position, Mojtaba wielded influence behind the scenes. He acted as a key gatekeeper to his late father and the regime's inner circle. His connections with the IRGC and conservatives clerics made him a key figure during political moments in Tehran. Meanwhile, many have accused him of involvement in harsh crackdowns. Notably, during unrest after Iran's disputed 2009 election and later the protest, fueling public anger towards a dynastic politics. With the supreme leader's death now confirmed, questions over Iran's future leadership loom large. As Iran enters an uncertain transition, all eyes are on the next chapter and whether Mojtaba Khamenei's influence will shape it inside the corridors he once quietly walked.
Escalation and retaliation. What now looks like a never-ending war has made a direct impact on the most significant oil route of the world, the Strait of Hormuz, carrying nearly 1/5 of the global oil supply. And as the Strait of Hormuz gets blocked, several questions arise. Will it lead to inflation, the prices of oil supply worldwide, and many more questions arise. Here's a closer look.
The most significant and strategic route of global oil shipping, Strait of Hormuz. In the recent acts of retaliation, Iran has now attacked an oil tanker passing through the strait. Even as 200 oil tankers are held up. Question arises, why is Strait of Hormuz so relevant? The Strait of Hormuz, the world's most sensitive maritime choke point. 1/5 of the global oil supply passes through the route, as also roughly 1/3 of India's oil and gas. A narrow maritime corridor that connects the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman, the Arabian Sea, and ultimately the Indian Ocean. Iran lies to its north, and to the south are Oman and the United Arab Emirates. As tensions grew, the global oil supply route was cordoned off. Warnings were issued by Iran if the US or any other country launches a strike, this would follow. And the impact? Inflation, global increase of oil prices. With the Strait of Hormuz now blocked, the impact on international energy trade remains to be assessed.
The United States has released a new video striking Iran. The U.S. Central Command says they are taking a bold action against Iran and that the strikes continue. This when Trump recently said that the war with Iran may continue for 4 weeks. U.S. releases new video of strikes on Iran. So this is a big update we're getting for you here, Republic TV. And there's a statement as well of what the U.S. has said. The U.S., remember, a short while back, said that the IRGC headquarters has been destroyed. This is the latest video which has been released by the US. It's a new video of strikes on Iran. So back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV about the escalating situation. Now some new videos have emerged. In this video, you can see that these are some strikes which US conducted on Iran. This has been released by the command center of the US. The US command center has been releasing a lot of videos on the social media platforms showing how the strikes were conducted. So this is the latest which is coming in. First on Republic is showing the US strikes on Iran. Big updates coming here on Republic TV. So we will be tracking all these new videos which are being released by the US here on Republic. But the tensions continue. The tensions continue in West Asia. Tensions in West Asia are continuing far beyond the conflict zone, with anger over the Israeli-US strikes on Iran spilling into the streets of Turkey. Hundreds of protesters marched through Istanbul, condemning the joint Israeli and American attacks on Iran. Demonstrators raised anti-US and anti-Israel slogans. Here's more. Take a look.
Tensions over the Israel-US strikes on Iran are now spilling on the streets of Turkey. Hundreds of protesters flooded the streets of Turkish city, Istanbul, denouncing the Israeli-US strikes on Iran.
Amerika emperyalizmi, var olsun Amerika emperyalizmi, kafir ABD ortak olan der.
Hundreds of protesters took to the streets, raising anti-US and Israel slogans. Protesters stand behind a massive banner featuring images of Donald Trump, Adolf Hitler, and Benjamin Netanyahu.
Özellikle Amerikan emperyalizmini lanetlemek üzere buradayız. Amerika'nın zulmünü, Amerika'nın bu yaptıklarını gerçekten reddediyoruz ve kınıyoruz. Sadece kınamayla değil, hayatımız boyunca onlara karşı mücadele edeceğimizi burada göstermek üzere de bir araya geldik.
As demonstrators burned the US and Israeli flags, protesters also gathered in front of the Israeli consulate.
Bu katliamları, bu zulmü, bu işgalleri protesto etmek, telyin etmek, burada mazlum halklara bir ses vermek, Müslümanların, İslam ümmetinin yanında olduğumuzu, onunla birlikte hareket etmek istediğimizi, Trump'ı, ABD'yi, küresel emperyalizmi protesto etmek için burada.
Turkey has voiced concerns over recent US-Israeli attacks on Iran, as well as Iranian strikes targeting West Asia. Turkey has also called for a ceasefire and a return to negotiations to de-escalate the tensions.
The ripple effects of the escalating conflict in the Middle East are now being felt across Asia. Thailand and Bangladesh have reported widespread flight cancellations as airspace closures and security concerns disrupt global aviation routes. Airlines are rerouting their entire services, suspending key Middle East destinations, and thousands of passengers have been left stranded. Here's a report as we tell you more about the flights which are being suspended and how this situation has hit civil aviation.
Thailand cancelled 134 flights nationwide. At Bangkok's Suvarnabhumi airport alone, 59 flights were scrapped. Airport staff were deployed to assist stranded passengers with information and basic support. Airspace closures across the Middle East have forced airlines to reroute flights southward over Saudi Arabia. The diversions are expected to cause delays and higher operational costs. In Dhaka, at least 54 flights were cancelled within 24 hours. State-run Biman Bangladesh Airlines suspended multiple Middle East routes, including Dammam, Riyadh, Dubai, and Kuwait. Limited services to Madinah and Jeddah have also resumed. Bangladesh has urged regional nations to allow stranded citizens into enter once conditions improve. Millions of Bangladeshis work in West Asia. Dhaka has also called for respect for sovereignty and expressed concern over citizen safety. In Dhaka, students-led Inqilab Mancha led protests condemning the attacks on Iran. From Bangkok to Dhaka, global aviation is facing turbulence, with passengers paying their metered price.
Getting you more bits coming in, viewers. The PM on the dials is really PM Netanyahu amid the Middle East unrest, which rates early stoppage of hostilities. Stay tuned. We are getting you more updates. And Afghanistan attacks Pakistan's Noor Khan air base and military facilities in Rawalpindi. All this and much more coming right up.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट?
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. That is a flight emergency.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be the war that is happening in West Asia. That will be our prime focus. We'll get you all the updates of that because it's getting updated minute to minute, and there are lots of reactions. And IDF is striking now Hezbollah in Lebanon, and IDF is striking the major targets and the major terrorists of Hezbollah also. So the triple edge, that is the Hezbollah, Hamas and Houthi, there's no Hamas active as of now, but Hezbollah is active in the war. We'll get you all the details of this and a lot more. But first up, let's get a look at the top headlines of the hour. PM Modi dials Israel PM Netanyahu amid the Middle East unrest, reiterates early cessation of hostilities. Trump says 48 Iranian leaders eliminated in ongoing joint US-Israeli strikes against Iran, describes the operations as highly successful. Iran strikes French naval base camp in Abu Dhabi, UAE. Crude oil price jumps by over 10% per barrel as war escalates in the Middle East. Afghanistan attacks Pakistan's Noor Khan air base and military facilities in Rawalpindi. Big focus. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs a cabinet committee on security meeting in Delhi amid escalating tensions in West Asia. All right, viewers, there's a big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a cabinet committee on security, that is a CCS meeting, to review the escalating situation in West Asia. Now, focusing on the safety of India's large expatriate community in the region. Now, the meeting, attended by top officials including Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, discussed the airstrikes in Iran and subsequent attacks in Gulf countries. Now, the CCS directed departments to assist affected Indian nationals and emphasized the need for an early ceasefire and diplomatic resolution. The committee was briefed on the airstrikes in Iran and the subsequent escalation of the war, including attacks in several Gulf countries, because the war has spiraled across the Middle East, and it expressed serious concerns over the safety and security of the large Indian expatriate community in the entire region. Now, the CCS also reviewed the difficulties faced by Indian travelers transiting the region and students appearing for scheduled examinations, as well as the broader implications for regional security and economic and commercial activities. So there's a very big development. The CCS meeting it happened yesterday, and the key focus was the security of Indian nationals who are in that region, in the entire Middle East region. And the Cabinet Committee on a Security meeting under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi reviewed the evolving situation in the West Asia war that is happening right now. As of now, the committee was briefed on the airstrikes which happened in Iran on 28 February and the subsequent escalation, including attacks in several Gulf nations. We very well know how the IRGC has clearly stated that all American bases are the legitimate targets. All right, our senior executive editor Abhishek is joining us for more details in the story. Abhishek, if you can put this into perspective, how important this meeting is, and what was the agenda of discussion in the meeting, Abhishek?
Well, Shivam, the agenda was, of course, a review of the emerging situation in West Asia and its impact on India, both in geo-economic terms and geopolitical terms. Remember, India's energy security depends on the geography. So, Prime Minister, the moment he was back from his Tamil Nadu and Gujarat visit, he landed in Strait, headed into the meeting. This lasted for about an hour, where all the members, remember, the Cabinet Committee on Security includes, apart from Prime Minister, it is headed by the Prime Minister, but includes the Ministers of Defense, External Affairs, Finance, Home, and some special invitees. The National Security Advisor, of course, remains part of it. So the review basically was about making sure that India's interests, both geopolitical and geoeconomic, are taken care of. And we saw how immediately after the meeting, Prime Minister spoke to President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan of UAE and also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. Remember, the two leaders met just last week. And since then, the situation has changed drastically with the United States and Israel launching the war on Iran. Now, the specific, that was essentially the agenda. Now, the decisions taken were to make sure that the Indian nationals, and remember, this is a geography which has a lot of Indian nationals working there as a workforce in most of these Gulf nations. So the decision was taken to make sure that through our Ministry of External Affairs, India engages with all these nations to ensure their safety and security, to communicate as such with the respective governments. And if there is need to evacuate from some places, then maybe that effort can also be launched. So that bit has been left for the executing ministries and departments. So the Ministry of External Affairs would coordinate with them. If need be for evacuation, then only. But otherwise, the MEA would be interlocuting with their counterparts across the geography to make sure that Indian citizens are taken care of, their safety concerns are taken care of. Also, remember, about 500 international flights are cancelled from India because they transit from this region. And additionally, there would be many other flights that were coming in from Europe and Americas, for example. And if they were transiting either over the war-affected areas or using airports in the war-affected zone like Dubai and Abu Dhabi, which are completely shut, that also needs to be taken care of, the kind of disruption that can cause. So instructions were given to make sure that the least of the inconveniences caused because of this disruption. War anyway has disruptions, plus of course India's energy security imperative. We are told that for about 12 days there is no crisis, and that bit of storage of oil supplies is there, and by that time it is expected that the war clouds would recede and situation would normalize. Also, some reassuring statements came in from Iran that the Strait of Hormuz is not going to be blocked, and I think that's going to have some calming effect on the markets and hence lesser turbulence.
Yes, yes. Thanks a lot, Abhishek, for the detailed analysis on the story, because there's a CCS meeting which happened and the West Asian war scenario was discussed in this. And the primary concern for India is the safety of the Indian diaspora, of the Indian nationals who are there. All right, viewers, now let's move on to our next top story. Now, several top Iranian commanders reportedly eliminated in US-Israel joint anti-Iran military operations. Now, Israel has claimed it killed the top tier of Iran's military command in strikes deep inside Tehran. Now, among those reportedly killed is Gholam Reza Rezian, described as the regime's police intelligence chief. More significantly, Iranian Chief of Staff Major General Abdul Rahim Mousavi has also been reported dead in the strikes, while US also claimed to have killed 48 Iranian senior leaders in US strikes. More in this report.
West Asia is on the brink. With top Iranian commanders eliminated, Tehran is retaliating with missiles and drones. Israel, Iran, and now the United States have locked in a widening confrontation. Israel claims to have killed the top tier of Iran's military command in Tehran, and among those reportedly killed are the Iranian regime's chief of staff Abdul Rahim Mousavi, the commander-in-chief of IRGC Mohammad Pakpor, and more significantly, Aziz Nasirzadeh, the Iranian Minister of Defense. Not just this, the Iranian media also said that the strikes also killed former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. Ahmadinejad served as Iran's president between 2005 and 2013. The strikes were a part of what Israel calls Operation Rising Lion, a coordinated aerial assault deep inside Tehran. The Israeli Air Force says 40 senior commanders of Iran have been eliminated.
סיימתי עכשיו פגישה עם שר הביטחון, הרמטכ"ל וראש המוסד. נתתי הנחיות להמשך המערכה. אתמול חיסלנו את הרודן חמינאי, יחד איתו חיסלנו עשרות מבכירי משטר הדיכוי. כוחותינו הולמים עכשיו בלב טהרן בעוצמות הולכות וגוברות, וזה רק ילך ויתגבר עוד יותר.
US President Donald Trump also claims to have killed 48 Iranian leaders in American strikes. Calling Iran one of the most violent regimes in history, Trump said that the United States military operation is ahead of its schedule in Iran. And now, with Iran strongly retaliating, West Asia stands on the edge as this regional war spirals beyond control.
All right, viewers, let's move ahead and get to the top big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. And this is about the markets, because it's all about oil. Now, Asian markets are taking a hit as the Gulf War weighs heavy, with crude oil prices surging 13%, ladies and gentlemen, and WTI crude trading at $71.64, up by 6.79%, and this could rise further. And India's gift Nifty is down 0.93%, indicating a gap down start for the Indian markets. Now, Japan's Nikkei, Hong Kong's Hang Seng, Australia's ASX, and South Korea's KOSPI are all slipping over 1%. The Strait of Hormuz closure threat has sparked fears of an oil supply crunch, because it's the major focus, and Iran is pretty much very near to the Strait of Hormuz, and it is capable of controlling the Strait of Hormuz and putting a blockade on that. Now, all of this has affected pushing prices up. Now, India's reliance on Gulf oil import makes it vulnerable to price shocks, now potentially impacting inflation and consumer spending. Very big development happening right now regarding the markets because of this West Asian war that is happening right now at this moment, and it has impacted the markets because of the Strait of Hormuz and the capability of Iran to control it. And also, if the war escalates further, it will impact global oil prices. The Asian markets are taking a hit as the Gulf War weighs heavy, with crude oil prices surging 13% and WTI crude trading at $71.64. All right, we have Pranav for more information on the developments that is happening right now regarding the business world and how this war is affecting the oil prices across the globe. Pranav, over to you. How long do you think will it take to control the oil prices as of now? And if the war continues further, do you expect the oil prices to rise even more further, Pranav?
Well, yes. In fact, the analysts or market watchers were warning that this war is going to have a major impact on oil prices. And as expected, oil prices have in fact jumped. The Western Texas Intermediary, which is the oil exchange for basically oil, shows that crude oil has already surged about 13% today. Now, that's primarily because Iran has blocked the Strait of Hormuz, and it has a major impact on India because, India consumes about 80% of its oil as imports, about 5.5 million barrels per day, out of which 1.5 to 2 million barrels come from this region. And that's, in fact, the reason why a surge in oil prices is expected to hit India. As far as how long it will continue, we actually need to wait and see whether there is a talk, whether there is a certain kind of agreement reached, or if the war spreads, as Iran has so far indicated, by involving other regional, countries in it. If the war spreads, this could have a longer impact.
How much does it impact India? Most importantly, how much of oil do we import from that region? Because the Strait of Hormuz is pretty much very important. And if there is a complete blockade, how much more the prices are supposed to rise? Or all of this is, do you think, pretty much now, as of now, is it speculative or it will increase further?
Not at all. In fact, we were talking to some experts yesterday. Just to give you a perspective, India is the world's third largest oil buyer, and it consumes about 5.5 million barrels of crude daily. Now, out of that, 1.5 to 2 million barrels pass to this region, which accounts to about 20% of the global oil trade. So one, you're seeing that Iran blocking the Strait of Hormuz is going to have a direct impact on oil prices. Now, second, because oil is an important ingredient for a lot of, or a raw material for businesses, manufacturing, oil refineries, such as, for example, companies such as Indian Oil Corporation, Reliance, it is going to have a major impact on the input cost of materials. And this, in turn, will have a domino effect, is what experts are saying. And that is why the Indian markets are also indicating a gap down opening. So a larger impact is expected. Also, you must keep in mind that because of the entire US-India trade deal and the tariff pressure that Donald Trump was building on India, wherein he said that India must stop buying oil from Russia, India has in fact reduced its dependence on Russian oil and has increased, purchase of oil from the Middle Eastern region. So it is likely to have a larger impact because of these two factors, because we are currently extremely heavily dependent on oil imports from this region, and most of it, that is about 80% of it of India, flows through the Strait of Hormuz.
All right, Pranav, thanks a lot for a detailed analysis on the impact of this war on the oil prices across the globe, and especially for India. All right, viewers, now let's move on to our next top story. Now, Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of Iran's late supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is emerging as a key figure in the country's uncertain transition. A cleric by training and a veteran of the Iran-Iraq war, Mujtaba has long been viewed as influential behind the scenes. Now, with close ties to Iran's powerful Revolutionary Guard Corps, though he has never held elected office. He is widely seen as part of the inner circle of power, and now as Iran looks to choose its next supreme leader, his name is again in focus. Watch this report.
Iran has now named the possible successor of Iran's late supreme leader Ali Khamenei. Mujtaba Khamenei, a name now at the center of intense succession talks. Mujtaba, rarely seen in the public eye, but long talked about in Tehran's power corridors. Born in Mashhad in 1969, he is the second son of Iran's supreme leader and studied theology and became a cleric. He also fought in the final phase of the Iran-Iraq war and later built strong ties with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. Although he has never held a formal government position, Mujtaba wielded influence behind the scenes. He acted as a key gatekeeper to his late father and the regime's inner circle. His connections with the IRGC and conservatives clerics made him a key figure during political moments in Tehran. Meanwhile, many have accused him of involvement in harsh crackdowns. Notably, during unrest after Iran's disputed 2009 election and later the protest, fueling public anger towards a dynastic politics. With the supreme leader's death now confirmed, questions over Iran's future leadership loom large. As Iran enters an uncertain transition, all eyes are on the next chapter and whether Mujtaba Khamenei's influence will shape it inside the corridors he once quietly walked.
All right, viewers, now today a seismic shift in Middle East geopolitics. Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei confirmed killed following joint United States-Israeli strikes targeting military and leadership sites across Iran. Now, Iran has declared 40 days of mourning after what officials describe as the most consequential attack in decades, with senior leaders and even members of Khamenei's family killed in the operation. Here's how events unfolded.
On Saturday, US and Israel in a joint operation launched preemptive strikes, targeting leadership compounds and military installations across Iran. After months of planning and tracking the supreme leader's whereabouts, Ayatollah Khamenei was hit in the office of his house. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had given signals earlier. Then came the confirmation.
Today, we launched Operation Roaring Lion, an operation against the Iranian terrorist regime in full cooperation with the U.S. Armed Forces. This is an operation against the world's largest sponsor of terror, a regime that for years has called death to Israel, death to America, death to the West. We listened to their words carefully. We watched their actions, and today, we acted. We acted because we had to. We launched this operation by seizing an operational opportunity, conducting coordinated strikes against high-level gatherings of senior figures within Iran's military and security leadership. We can now confirm that these senior Iranian regime officials were eliminated by the IDF.
President Trump confirmed a large number of top Iranian officials were killed, including the supreme leader, the defense minister, and top commanders. Iran's state media followed, confirming the death of Khamenei and announcing 40 days of national mourning. It was revealed Khamenei's family members, including his daughter, daughter-in-law, son-in-law, and granddaughter, were also killed in the attack. Iran vowed revenge, continuing with attacks across Gulf countries. Dubai to Kuwait, air bases to ports, Iran spared nothing. Gulf nations condemn attacks on their soil. China, Russia, North Korea came out in Iran's support, while Western powers justified the aggression. And now, with Iran's interim leader appointed, Tehran not willing to back off, and US and Israel continuing with their offensive. The world watches as Iran enters a new and uncertain era. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, viewers, escalation, retaliation. What now looks like a never-ending war has made a direct impact on the most significant oil route of the world, now the Strait of Hormuz, carrying nearly 1/5 of the global oil supply. As the Strait of Hormuz gets blocked, several questions arise. Will it lead to inflation, the prices of oil supply worldwide, and many more such questions? Here's a closer look in this report.
The most significant and strategic route of global oil shipping, Strait of Hormuz. In the recent acts of retaliation, Iran has now attacked an oil tanker passing through the strait. Even as 200 oil tankers are held up. Question arises, why is Strait of Hormuz so relevant? The Strait of Hormuz, the world's most sensitive maritime choke point. 1/5 of the global oil supply passes through the route, as also roughly 1/3 of India's oil and gas. A narrow maritime corridor that connects the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman, the Arabian Sea, and ultimately the Indian Ocean. Iran lies to its north, and to the south are Oman and the United Arab Emirates. As tensions grew, the global oil supply route was cordoned off. Warnings were issued by Iran if the US or any other country launches a strike, this would follow. And the impact? Inflation, global increase of oil prices. With the Strait of Hormuz now blocked, the impact on international energy trade remains to be assessed.
All right, viewers, now tensions in West Asia are now reverberating far beyond the conflict zone, with anger over Israeli-US strikes on Iran spilling onto the streets of Turkey. Now, hundreds of protesters marched through Istanbul, condemning the joint Israeli and American attacks on Iran. Demonstrators raised anti-US and anti-Israel slogans. More in this report.
Tensions over the Israel-US strikes on Iran are now spilling on the streets of Turkey. Hundreds of protesters flooded the streets of Turkish city Istanbul, denouncing the Israeli-US strikes on Iran.
Amerika emperyalizmi var olsun. Amerika emperyalizmi vahir ABD ortak olan de.
Hundreds of protesters took to the streets, raising anti-US and Israel slogans. Protesters stand behind a massive banner featuring images of Donald Trump, Adolf Hitler, and Benjamin Netanyahu.
Özellikle Amerikan emperyalizmini lanetlemek üzere buradayız. Amerika'nın zulmünü, Amerika'nın bu yaptıklarını gerçekten reddediyoruz ve kınıyoruz. Sadece kınamayla değil, hayatımız boyunca onlara karşı mücadele edeceğimizi burada göstermek üzere de bir araya.
As demonstrators burned the US and Israeli flags, protesters also gathered in front of the Israeli consulate.
Bu katliamları, bu zulmü, bu işgalleri protesto etmek, telyin etmek, burada mazlum halklara bir ses vermek, Müslümanların, İslam ümmetinin yanında olduğumuzu, onunla birlikte hareket etmek istediğimizi, Trump'ı, ABD'yi, küresel emperyalizmi protesto etmek için burada.
Turkey has voiced concerns over recent US-Israeli attacks on Iran, as well as Iranian strikes targeting West Asia. Turkey has also called for a ceasefire and a return to negotiations to de-escalate the tensions.
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Trump says 48 Iranian leaders eliminated in ongoing joint US-Israeli strikes against Iran, describes the operations as highly successful. Coming up next. And also, Afghanistan attacks Pakistan's Noor Khan air base and military facilities in Rawalpindi.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise. You suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize
PM Modi dials Israel PM Netanyahu amid the Middle East unrest, reiterates early cessation of hostilities. Trump says 48 Iranian leaders eliminated in ongoing joint US-Israeli strikes against Iran, describes the operations as highly successful. Iran strikes a French naval base, Camp de la Paix in Abu Dhabi, UAE. Crude oil price jumps by over 10% per barrel as war escalates in the Middle East. Afghanistan attacks Pakistan's Noor Khan air base and military facilities in Rawalpindi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs Cabinet Committee on Security meeting in Delhi amid escalating tensions in West Asia. All right, viewers, there's a big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. Israeli missiles strike Lebanon's capital, Beirut now. Now, Israeli military had urged people in nearly 50 villages in Lebanon to evacuate ahead of the possible strikes. So there was an early warning by the IDF. IDF also stated that it struck in a targeted manner. Now, senior Hezbollah terrorists in Beirut and southern Lebanon. Lebanese documentation of damage caused to a structure in Beirut's Dahiyeh that was hit in Air Force strikes. Now, meanwhile, Lebanese PM Nawaf Salam condemns the attacks on Israel, saying we will not allow Lebanon to be dragged into new adventures. Very big development which is happening. Beirut, an attack which has taken place on Beirut in Lebanon by the IDF. IDF has targeted the Hezbollah terrorists in Beirut because Hezbollah is a proxy when it comes to wars with Iran, and it helps Iran, the triple H, that is the Hezbollah, Houthi and Hamas. Now, Hezbollah has been attacked by Israel. Israeli missiles have struck Lebanon's capital, Beirut. A very big development happening here. All right. For more information and to speak on this issue, we have Colonel Rajiv Bagga, who is joining us to speak on this issue. Colonel Bagga, your first comment on the strikes which have happened now in Lebanon, in Beirut. The war has spiraled across. It has engulfed the entire Middle East, sir. Your initial take on this, sir?
You see, this was in fact very much expected, as the main contention of Israelis primarily to crush Hezbollah. And rather, it is just, I personally feel that they're 24 hours late. And though they have started off, and they are, whatever the sounds have been heard during the early part of this today, and that too in Beirut, is certainly that Israeli has started smashing Hezbollah. And whereas, if you recollect, when after the fallout of the Supreme Commander of Iran, the Hezbollah commander, the president, one the name Qasim, he vowed that they are going to go all out against Israeli as well as US. So before their strike, I think the Israeli has carried out the preemptive strikes And I think this is going to certainly continue. And that's a kind of opportunity the Israelis were looking for. And because their problem of certainly is not today's, and they were looking for a kind of opportunity that something escalated in this region, and they get an opportunity to hammer them.
Definitely. But how long do you think Iran will be able, how long do you think Iran is capable of fighting this war? Their entire top leadership has been eliminated, wiped up from the map of the earth. And majorly, sir, how long do you think the Hezbollah will be able to help, or the Houthis will be able to help Iran in this war? Who is taking the call? Who is making the decision right now as of this moment, sir?
You see, that situation is so much fluid, because after even the fall of the Supreme Commander, as I said it, Iranians have not given up. As you see, they have already struck the various part of other Gulf countries. Now coming to Hezbollah, how long they are going to help them out, that is basically all depend on how much Iran themselves can sustain. And whereas the Iranian high official, they have said what may come, they are going to take revenge. So I don't think so that war is going to end very soon. There are chances that it may escalate for a couple of more weeks. And if it happens, then certainly the agencies like Hezbollah, Hamas and all that are also going to get involved.
Yes, but Hamas has been taken care of as of now, if you say the war that was happening between Israel and Hamas. But now Houthi is pretty much active. And
absolutely.
Yeah, Hezbollah is pretty much active, sir. Now, how do you think that it affects the global shipping routes in the entire region also? Because there was also a possibility of the Strait of Hormuz being blocked. But the American naval presence and also the air bases are pretty much very much near to the Strait of Hormuz. How long will Iran be able to control Strait of Hormuz and impact the global oil supply? Can they really control it for a very long time?
Yeah, that's a very brilliant question you have asked. In fact, I just want to tell you, Israelis, they certainly justified their strikes and all that in this region. What I'm trying to know, your question is about related to the US, their presence, and the Strait of Hormuz. You see, this Gulf part, this part of our globe, rather in the Gulf countries, if you carry out the analysis, the type of minerals and the resources which are available, I just read it out for you. 208 billion barrels of a crude oil, which is among the highest in the world. That is one. Secondly, 1,200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, 320 metric tons of gold, silver, copper, lithium. Now, do you think that US is going to leave the damn thing just like that? The main bone of contention for the US birds to have a military basis primarily for this. What may come, they are not going to leave this. And that's the reason they are having a military basis established all over in other Gulf countries. And they were trying to find out some reason, because Iranians was some kind of the most powerful country among these, and they were looking for a kind of opportunity to intervene. Now coming to your Strait of Hormuz, if Iran wants, they can always, if they lay their mines and they choke it, that 33 kilometer of area, it will be difficult for any type of a shipments passing through. And if this happens, it is definitely going to create a kind of economic crisis in the entire world. And the prices of the barrel will definitely shoot up. Sometime
it has already started. I have more questions on that. Colonel sir. Please stay with us. There's a big breaking news coming, and we'll get the reaction of Colonel Bagga. But it's a very big update that's coming. Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has made a fresh push to resume nuclear talks with the United States, now mediated by Oman following the killing of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Larijani, now Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, is seeking to revive negotiations halted by US-Israeli strikes. The outreach signals Larijani's increased influence in Iran's leadership. Now, Oman's Foreign Minister Badr al-Busaidi has been facilitating talks, stating a deal is within our reach and Iran has agreed to not possess nuclear materials for weapons. So this is a very big update. Iranian outreach made through Omani mediations. All right, for more details, for a comment, Colonel Rajiv Bagga, what will be your comment on this? There were already talks that were happening, and the major focus, allegedly major focus, is on Iran possessing nuclear weapons and developing nuclear weapons, apart from the oil angle. But your first comment, they want to talk again, as what Donald Trump has also reiterated, sir.
Yeah. You know, this is, in fact, any kind of a diplomatic talks on this part is a very good move, right? And the prime aim of every country should be right now, all the agencies, whosoever involved, to de-escalate the entire thing right now. That's the total requirement call of the day. Now, if you talk about that, you're talking about the nuclear weapons, or which is there in the kitty of Iran. What do you think that other countries don't have? The Iran will justify that they are using this for to protect the sovereignty of their country. And you know, like if they sit on the table, and definitely there is something will come out. And if their damn thing, whatever is happening, continues, I'm very sure it is going to be caused more dirty, and rather it will certainly affect the entire globe.
So, sir, do you think these talks will be fruitful, or it will be the same scenario as it happened earlier? The talks happened earlier also, but they were not fruitful. No impact of that. America still attacked.
You know that at this time, both the sides are hurt. If the talks, whatever is going to happen, it get materialized, it is moving in a very correct direction then. It certainly will help, should help, because there are so many other countries like the European Union, even the UN Secretary, Mr. Antonio, has also appealed that they should go for some type of a peace talk. And that is what even the Trump has also said it, that we are ready to talk but we will not stop. But if this type of attitude, they sit on the table, then the chances are bleak. If they are coming with an open mind, involving other countries also, I think there is the requirement to mediate, and it will definitely bring us some amount of respect in this region.
Definitely, Colonel Bagga, the other point is there is no strong leadership as of now. There is temporary leadership that is in place in Iran, and they would not like the war to escalate even further, because if it happens, they also become the targets. They will also be killed in a strike, or one strike or the other. But also, do you think even if the talks are fruitful, the war will end? Will Hezbollah stop? Will the Houthis stop? Because it's very difficult to control them. They are the proxies, and Iran have always used them as proxies, sir. Never in a direct war.
It is, at this juncture, it is so difficult to say. As I said it earlier, that situation is very fluid. And there is some requirement, some very strong, as you said, is a strong leader. Yes. And I think India, our country, has got a great role to play, because we are absolutely very neutral in this and have got a very great standing. If we mediate the entire thing, and I'm very sure that something can come out. Where as per the Hezbollah is concerned, that is their history. You can see that even after the talks also, in between they are carrying out some amount of strikes, and there is always some type of a friction between Israel and Hezbollah. And that will continue. But what is more important right now is certainly to end up this war, yes, or to slow down whatever the momentum they have gained.
All right, Colonel Bagga, stay with us. We have a big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment, and this is a reaction from Prime Minister of Lebanon on the strikes. Big breaking development, and we'll take a comment from Colonel Bagga. Also, Prime Minister of Lebanon, Nawab Salam, calls for an emergency meeting. He has called for an emergency meeting of the Lebanese government at around 8 a.m. local time, at around 11:30 Indian time. So this is a very big development. The Lebanese PM has called for an emergency meeting because Lebanon is being targeted. We have footages of missile attack from the territory of Lebanon on Israel. Various strikes happening. Beirut Airport Road have been targeted in the Israeli strikes. And also the strikes are, the fresh barrage of missiles are already being fired by both the sides. And now Lebanon PM has called for an emergency meeting because the war has spiraled across the Middle East, across West Asia, and Lebanon has been impacted because they are the proxies, the Hezbollah, the Houthis, which are present in Lebanon, the Hezbollah especially in Lebanon, and they have been impacted by the strikes. Now Israel has bombed Beirut after Hezbollah has launched the rocket attack, and now Hezbollah has also responded, says that its attack is in response to the killing of Iran's Khamenei and in defense of Lebanon and its people. But this is a very big development. Lebanon PM calls for an emergency meeting. All right, Colonel Bagga, do you think other countries will also jump in this war, or it will just be the proxies fighting with Israel and the United States of America, sir? Your comment on this?
Cannot be ruled out. If I talk about China and Russia response, if they not, I won't say it deliberately, because they have already, China I'm talking about, they have carried out naval exercises with Iran. If they jump into this war, the thing will certainly become more dirty. But chances are very bleak. The things are that other countries are really trying to, if I talk about the European Union, UK, Canada, and Germany, they have given us joint statement that they are looking for some type of a respite in this region. But whereas Chinese, they have condemned this, and even the same with the Russia. But what I'm talking about, directly getting involved in this war by Chinese, I don't think so that they will be participating, but certainly as a shadow, they will be definitely supporting the Iran.
Definitely. You're saying that as a shadow, they will be impacting. But the main issue here is that Iran has made this pretty clear that our legitimate targets are only the US bases which are present in the Middle East region. But there is collateral damage, as you can already see. It's happening in Abu Dhabi and other parts of the Middle East. Do you think at any point of time these countries will also take a stand, apart from just condemning what is happening, sir? Can they also try to jump in the war? Do they have that arsenal to jump into a war against Iran?
As I said, that the Gulf countries are now divided into two parts. Firstly, one is the Iran and other balance of the countries. I'm talking about Kuwait, UAE, and certainly other countries which were affected. There are likelihood that if they don't come directly, but they will definitely facilitate US and they will provide them their bases so that they can launch any type of a strike. Should the need arise, and in future, if the war continues, there is a likelihood one of them or may not participate.
All right, sir. UK also has jumped in this war, and they have shown support to the United States. They will be helping them. And they are giving support, and they have also become a legitimate target for Iran, sir. How difficult will it be for the other countries who are supporting United States of America to continue with this war, especially UK? Because if you take United States of America, they have better air defense compared to the other allies that US has, sir.
Yes, the Prime Minister of UK has given the statement that US can use our bases and all. If it is so, they can also expect some type of a retaliatory from the Iran side. Because Iran is certainly bleeding, and at this juncture, it is a kind of a survival for Iran. Any agency, any force, any country which is creating a kind of a platform for USA is certainly asking for some amount of trouble for themselves.
Yes. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot for your comment and for your expert analysis on what's unfolding in the entire West Asian region and how it will impact India and the global prices and a lot more. All right, viewers. So US President Donald Trump announced that the US and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, targeting hundreds of sites in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard Corps facilities and air defense systems. Now, the operation has resulted in the destruction of 9 Iranian naval ships and their naval building, as well as the death of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now, Trump stated that the Iranian people are celebrating in the streets and many military personnel are looking to surrender.
Over the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged war against civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now, again, the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have done things that others are unable to do. But it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons that would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel" or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, crude oil price jumps by over 10% per barrel as war escalates in the Middle East. Afghanistan attacks Pakistan's Noor Khan Air Base and military facilities in Rawalpindi.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम, MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरी राजा।
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment,
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and we continue our coverage on the war that is happening in the West Asian region, in the Middle Eastern region, where Iran and the US are at war, and Iran is firing missiles at the naval bases, at bases of United States of America, because they call them as their legitimate targets. Now, also, IDF is responding, and IDF has also targeted the Hezbollah terrorists, as they say, in Beirut, in Lebanon, and also this has spiraled to a lot other places. The UK base has also been attacked in this scenario, because UK allowed America to use their base for a strike, because there was a request by United States of America to UK, and UK approved that request. Now this means that other countries and the allies of US have also jumped into the war. We'll get you minute-to-minute updates of the tensions in West Asia, but first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Israel launches strikes on Lebanon. Multiple areas, including capital Beirut, targeted in Israeli strikes. PM Modi reviews the situation in West Asia in CCS meet, instructs departments to assist citizens stuck in war zone. Gulf war weighs heavy on the global market. Crude oil surges by 13%, while WTI crude jumps to 6.79%. Trump says the 48 Iranian leaders eliminated in the ongoing joint US-Israeli strikes against Iran, describes the operations as highly successful. Iran strikes French naval base Camp de la Paix in Abu Dhabi, UAE. And also big focus, Afghanistan attacks multiple military bases across Pakistan. Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi also attacked by Taliban. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the biggest update that is coming right now in the West Asia war that is happening as of now. This is a very big breaking news that is coming in from Britain. Now, the British Defence Ministry has said that the Royal Air Force base was targeted. So the Royal Air Force base was targeted. This is a very fresh development in the tensions that have spiraled across the Middle East, the West Asian region. Now, they have confirmed that UK's RAF base in Cyprus was attacked by a drone, and that they are responding to the suspected drone strike. Now this, when UK's RAF base in Cyprus was being used by the United States, more details are awaited, but there was a confirmation by Starmer on their base being used by the United States of America for a strike against Iran. And now this is the reaction, this is the repercussion of allowing your base for an attack against Iran. Now, this is a very big development because Iran has attacked the UK also. They have also attacked a French naval base. Now, this is the second attack. This means Iran is fighting a war now, as of now, against many countries who are active in that region, the allies of United States of America. Very big development happening here. Suspected drones have attacked UK base, which was used by the United States of America. So many of the Iranian top leadership has been killed by the United States and Israeli strikes on Iran. And this is another big development where UK allowed its base, its Air Force base in Cyprus for an attack by United States of America against Iran. And this is a response. This is a response that has come from Iran, a reaction, an attack on the UK base. All right. To speak on this issue, we'll be joined by esteemed guests. And as of now, we have Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar, PVSM, AVSM, VSM. Sir, thanks a lot for your time and for joining us to speak on this issue. The entire West Asia, sir, is in a war zone, is in conflict, and it won't stop very soon as of the reactions that are coming from Iran. But, sir, your first take on UK base being used by United States of America, and will UK be able to tackle the situation as good as well as the United States of America, because now UK has also become, in the language of IRGC, a legitimate target for Iran, sir. Your first take on this.
Thanks a lot. Good morning to everyone. Thanks a lot for calling me on Republic TV, and Jai Hind to all of you. Well, the war in West Asia is expanding, right? I suspect, and this is what is coming out, and this is almost admitted by the Iranian foreign minister, that the entire command and control structure of the IRGC is broken. As a result, they're widening the war, and it is some kind of a disaggregated kind of a response. Because if you see in the past 24 hours, Iran has attacked Oman, Iran has attacked the French airbase, Iran has attacked the UK airbase also. Besides the fact that they've attacked Bahrain, they've attacked Kuwait, they've attacked UAE, and they've attacked Saudi Arabia. So it appears that as if Iran is trying to widen the whole story and create a political situation for the USA, so that a whole lot of people get involved and some political pressure comes on USA to suppress the whole thing and get a way out for themselves. But I don't think they'll succeed, because at this point of time, everyone is responding. I think the Saudis have also said they're going to join in, and they've put their forces on alert. UK is already assisting USA. The British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has said that, look, at this point of time, we're going to support USA. We're not going to get involved in hostilities. They're letting USA do the job. In any case, USA itself is overmatching Iran, notwithstanding the fact that Iran is firing all over the countryside, all nations, everything. More than 1,000 targets have been hit within Iran. And very clearly, the command and control structure of Iran is broken. Their, Supreme Leader Khamenei is no more. A couple of, Ali Shamani is also no more. And a couple of more people are reputed, I wouldn't say, have been told that, we've been told that they're no more. So in that kind of a situation, this kind of a response, an uncoordinated response, will take place. And it's something like a cornered cat kind of a situation. What does a cornered cat do? It will strike wherever it can. Okay. So that's the way it is. And it is also trying to raise internal passions within, so that people say, okay, look, we are being punished for something which we have not done. And the whole world is against us. This has some kind of a clear regime survival tactic. It's no more about defeating USA and things like that. It is regime survival. And as we saw earlier in the day, Mr. Trump has come and said, look, we're going to do regime change. And Iran is trying to do regime survival. And that's how it is. And I see that this thing will go forward over the next 24 to 48 hours. because unless there's a regime change happens, the objectives of USA will not be met. Back to you. Any of the further questions, we'll take it on.
Stay with us, there is another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. We'll need your comment on that also, analysis on that also. It's a big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. Coming from Iraq. Now, Iraqi Shiite militia claims drone attack targeting US forces at airport in Iraq's capital. Now, this is another claim. Now, this is from Shia militia claims. This is a Shia militia claim attacking US forces in Iraq. Now, Shia militia has claimed attacking US forces in Iraq. Very big development here. The war doesn't seem to stop any soon. Now, more players are jumping in the war. As of now, the Shia militia claimed to attack US as of now. The US assets, US forces in Iraq. Now, US will definitely be responding to this attack also. Now, this is another claim. Now, Hezbollah is already active. Houthis will be active. There's no Hamas as of now as much active as it used to be. But now, Shia militia has claimed attacking US forces. So everybody has become, all the US naval bases and air bases have become legitimate target of the IRGC, Iran, and also the proxies which are very much active, and the support Iran has across the Middle East, especially when it comes to Lebanon and also in Iraq, the supporters that they have, and the Shia militia group that has claimed attacking US forces in Iraq, and they have they've said that we have achieved success in this. So this is another big development in this case. More reactions. The war is escalating even further. And to speak on this, all right, another big breaking news first, and then we'll go to our guest for a comment on this. Another big breaking news that is coming in right now from this moment from UAE. Amid the escalating war in the Middle East, UAE shuts Dubai, Abu Dhabi stock markets. This is a very big development, ladies and gentlemen. They have shut the Dubai and Abu Dhabi stock markets in reaction. Very big development from UAE amid the escalating war in the Middle East, the West Asian war that is happening right now. As of now, in this moment, UAE has shut Dubai, Abu Dhabi stock markets. The country's stock markets will be closed on Monday, March 2nd, and Tuesday also, March 3rd, including the Abu Dhabi Securities Exchange and the Dubai financial market. All right, first let me take a reaction from Pranav on this. Pranav, this seems to be a very big development, a very big decision when UAE had decided to shut its market for today and for tomorrow too. Pranav, your comment on this analysis?
Well, yes. In fact, the exchanges yesterday issued a statement and said that the authorities will monitor the developments in the region and assess the situation. In fact, the UAE, there are two exchanges in the UAE, and billions of dollars, assets worth billions of dollars are listed there. Just to tell you a few, some of the world's biggest infrastructure companies, some of the world's biggest banks, some of the world's biggest energy and oil companies are listed on these two markets. And just to give you a perspective, yesterday when the markets were actually open on Sunday, Saudi Arabia's benchmark index fell about 4%, Oman dropped about 3%, and Egypt's main index, which was about 5.4% down. Kuwait, in fact, suspended trading yesterday. So, there is massive volatility in the market, and these assets are likely to be eroded in valuation, as a result of which the Gulf region authorities have decided to keep the markets closed for trading on Monday and Tuesday.
Well, is it just the Abu Dhabi market or other markets also which are, this seems to be a precautionary measure, Pranav, because they want to save money, because people, if they start trading, a lot of money will be lost, Pranav, in this instance. And also, if you can share the details of what's happening in the Indian market, is there a bloodbath there too?
Well, one, as you rightly said, people might lose money. That's as far as trading is concerned. But the perspective of the exchanges is far larger than that and far strategic than that. What we're looking at is extreme volatility in the markets in the Gulf region, as a result of which there could be a massive corrosion or erosion, so to say, in the wealth or the valuations of these big companies that are listed there. So as a result of which these markets are closed. As far as the Indian markets are concerned, As of now, the markets are just about a minute away from opening. We are sitting at 9:14, 9:15. The markets open, and Nifty is expected to open about 2% down. Sensex benchmark index is expected about 3.37% down.
Yes.
All the markets, all the major indices, auto, IT, metals, FMCG, everything is down. Energy stocks are down 2.78%. So we are looking at a massive gap down opening on the Indian markets as well.
So definitely, war never has a positive impact. War never has a positive impact on the markets, and a good decision by Abu Dhabi to shut down their stock markets for the day, for today and for tomorrow. All right, we have our esteemed guests also, but we have also big breaking news that is coming in from Pakistan, from Afghanistan. Now the Tehran-Taliban-Pakistan, TTP, has launched its largest ever strikes on Pakistan's armed forces, carrying out 37 attacks across 9 districts in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. This comes after Pakistan targeted civilians in Afghanistan, prompting Tehran-e-Taliban Pakistan leadership to direct large-scale operations in the region. The attacks, part of TTP's Operation Al-Khandaq, have resulted in significant casualties, with 11 people killed, including 7 policemen and several others injured. The districts hit include Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, North Waziristan, South Waziristan, Bajaur, Muhammadabad, Dera Ismail Khan, Tank, or Lucky, Marwat and Bannu. Very big development, because it's not just tensions in the West Asia region, especially the Middle East. There's not just a war between Iran and the United States of America, including Israel, but there's also a war that is happening right now, a war between Afghanistan and Pakistan, and that's also a very big focus for us, because we have them as our neighbors. Pakistan is our neighbor, a bad neighbor that we have, that is Pakistan, and Pakistan is at war with Afghanistan. Big development, TTP launches the largest ever strikes on Pakistani forces. This is the biggest development, a strong reaction from Tehran-e-Taliban Pakistan. All right, let's go to our correspondent. Gursimran is joining us for a comment on this, what's happening. Gursimran, over to you. What are the fresh details on what's happening between Afghanistan and Pakistan, Gursimran?
See, a major assault has been launched by the Afghan Taliban, and this is one of the largest attacks that they have carried out till date. What we are learning, that there have been total 37 targets that they have taken, and these targets have been taken over the last one day. Only 24 hours time is the time that they have taken the targets. The targets have been taken. The major of the all attacks have been carried out in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. It is in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. It is in the Khyber district, followed by the north of Waziristan, along with the south of Waziristan, and other districts have also been targeted. Bannu has been targeted. Tank district has been targeted. We are told that this came after the attack that was launched by the Pakistan on the population, that is the tribal population in the Afghanistan, where the innocent civilians, women and children were targeted by the Pakistan airstrike. It was directed by the leadership of Tehran-e-Taliban that they are going to go all out against Pakistan, and now a total of 37 targets that they have taken in 24 hours, which clearly shows that the magnitude of operations that they have launched against the Pakistani armed forces. What the TTP says, that this is part of Operation Al-Khandaq, and they, in days to come, are going to intensify this operation to the next level. Reason being that they feel that their own population of the tribals is being targeted by the Pakistan. They are saying that the Pakistani government has failed on its internal front and now are trying to target the tribal population that is living on the other side of the border. TTP, being one of the organizations that gets a mass support from the tribal on the both sides of the border, has launched this massive assault, and they are saying that our fighters, the TTP rebels, they are going to intensify the attacks. So the situation for the Pakistan is going from grim to worse. Reason being that Pakistan is facing the external challenges from the Afghan, that is targeting not only their border locations, but also their bases in the hinterland, including the Nur Khan base. But now the internal hinterland situation is also worrisome for them, with the TTP going all out.
All right, thanks a lot, Gursimran. We'll come back to you with more detail as more details unfold in this story. Keep tracking the story. I also have Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar also with us to comment on this issue. Sir, your reaction on this too. It's not just a war that's happening between Iran and the United States of America. There's a war that is happening as of now, right now, in this moment, between Afghanistan and Pakistan. The Taliban, which is now the government of Afghanistan, sir, and they're hitting back. They're striking Pakistan very hard, sir.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. I think Pakistan is in deep trouble. They carried out unnecessary airstrikes into Afghanistan, and they've killed a lot of civilians, women, children, and everything. And now Afghanistan is hitting back. Afghanistan might not have a great air force or a regular force, but they have tremendously battle-hardened people who can fight it out. And on ground, along with the TTP, which is prevalent along the border in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and all, and they have a reach deep into Pakistan. And this is going to go on. Pakistan has bought a lot of trouble for itself from the Afghans, right? That is one part of the story. But just think, just earlier this last month, we were talking of a similar problem in Balochistan, where Op Herof 2 was taking place, and Pakistan forces could do nothing against Balochistan. Large part of Balochistan was out of control of Pakistan. If this was not enough, as a reaction to what happened in the past 48 hours in the Iran and US conflict, there have been the US consulates in Peshawar, in Karachi, in Lahore, in Islamabad. They've been burnt, they've been attacked. And there are a lot of Shias in Pakistan who have gone up in flames. I heard that, the district collector's office in Skardu and somewhere Gilgit-Baltistan has also been set afire. So if you look at it, Pakistan is being, squeezed from all directions thanks to its own actions. There are people who are now baying for Field Marshal Munir's head. So you'll see this going on. Whatever is happening in the Iran-USA conflict, Iran-Israel conflict, has going to have a direct effect on this. So, and this is going to go from bad to worse, right? Yes, to a large extent, it affects us. But let's remember, Pakistan is now forced to look to the West.
Definitely, there will be even more tougher times for Pakistan, because Afghanistan will respond hardly. And this time, it even used drone technology to attack in the heart of Pakistan, to deep inside Pakistani territory. Sir, thanks a lot for your time and to speak on the war that is happening in the West Asian region and what's unfolding in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thanks.
All right, viewers, let's move ahead to our top focus. Now, Iran has launched a major missile attack on Israel, hitting civilian areas in Tel Aviv and Beit Shemesh. Residential buildings have been damaged, families have been evacuated, and casualties reported. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed a strong response, saying Israel will bring the full might of the IDF into the battle with US backing. As tensions escalate and leadership uncertainty looms in Tehran, the region is bracing for what comes next. Watch this report.
Israel has suffered major attacks by Iran on Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. In Tel Aviv, an Iranian ballistic missile hit a residential building, reducing it to rubble, and residents now have nowhere to go. According to reports, 40 buildings were damaged by the missiles that struck Tel Aviv, and more than 200 residents were evacuated to hotels. In Beit Shemesh, a missile attack left 8 people dead. The Iranian regime directly fired missiles to a civilian neighborhood, an allegation that has also been reiterated by the United States. The Prime Minister of Israel gave his condolences to the people who lost their lives in Iranian attacks on Beit Shemesh and Tel Aviv.
ועם זאת, אלה ימים כואבים. אתמול כאן בתל אביב, ועכשיו בבית שמש איבדנו אנשים יקרים. ליבי יוצא על המשפחות, ואני שולח בשם כולכם אזרחי ישראל איחולי החלמה לפצועים. אנחנו במערכה שבה אנחנו מביאים את כל כוחו של צה"ל, כפי שלא היה מעולם, למערכה הזאת, כדי להבטיח את קיומנו ועתידנו. אבל אנחנו מביאים למערכה הזאת גם את סיועה של ארצות הברית, את ידידי, נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ, את צבא ארצות הברית, ושילוב הכוחות הזה מאפשר לנו לעשות את מה שאני מייחל לעשות כבר 40 שנה. להכות את משטר הטרור.
Apart from attacks on military bases, strategic assets and tactical objectives, innocent civilians are losing their lives in this deadly war. All eyes, however, are now on Iran. With Khamenei no more, will Iran continue its attacks, or will it call a truce with its neighboring countries and the United States?
All right, so protests are happening across the globe after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's death, and protests are happening right now at this moment also. This is another big breaking news that is coming in from Iraq now. Now, situation in Baghdad continues to deteriorate. Early in the morning, with pro-Iran protesters and militants seen firing pot shots at security forces. So this is the present situation that is happening right now. Pictures coming in from Baghdad. They're firing pot shots at security forces outside of the green zone. Protesters continue their anti-US rally outside the green zone in the Iraqi capital, that is Baghdad. Now, tear gas shells have been fired to disperse anti-US protesters. So there's protests happening. There's a contrast also because the protests are happening in Iran, protests are happening in Pakistan, protests are happening globally. At some places, even in India, there were small protests that happened. But also there were celebrations happening in Iran also. That's the contrast that's happening. And also, but major regions include Iraq and especially Baghdad, where the protests have turned violent, and these are the visuals of the violent protests that are happening right now in Baghdad, because the protesters are angry. They are angry at the United States of America, their forces, and they vow revenge. They want to take a revenge of the death of the killing of Khamenei. So celebrations and mourning broke out across various parts in the Middle East. Celebrations in Iran also, and mourning in Iran also, and protests in Iran also after the death of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And this is the public response that we are getting right now. These are the protests. As you can see, the pro-Iran protests continue in Baghdad. The police the security forces tried to disperse the crowd. They used the tear gas to disperse the anti-US protesters. So they were the anti-US protesters. And the situation is pretty violent, and it's escalating, and protests are happening in various parts of Middle East in the West Asian region because there's an ongoing war, and especially the Shia community is protesting in various parts of the world. A big development here. Now, demonstrators some of them are mourning, and they are retaliating, and they are the supporters of Khamenei, and especially the Shia communities worldwide are protesting against the joint US and Israel airstrikes that killed him. These protesters viewed him, that Khamenei, as a spiritual leader, and they term him as a martyr. Often they are the protesters who used to chant death to America and death to Israel while calling for justice and revenge. So this is happening right now in Baghdad. All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we'll get you all the latest updates of how Israel is striking Lebanon, multiple areas including capital Beirut targeted in Israeli strikes.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिकर।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of made.
All right, Fear, there's a big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. Gulf War weighs heavy on Indian markets, so there's an impact on the Indian markets also. This was expected, and Sensex falls by almost 1,000 points. So there has been a very negative impact of the war, as it usually happens. The Gulf War weighs heavy on the Indian market, so there is an impact on the Indian market. So, ladies and gentlemen, we must remember that as a precautionary measure, Abu Dhabi already had shut down its market for today and tomorrow, and now the impact on the markets across the globe is pretty much visible, especially as the markets open in India. You can get a reaction on what is happening, the bloodbath as they call it. The Sensex falls by almost 1,000 points. Gulf War weighs heavy on Indian markets. All right, Pranav is joining me for more details on this issue. Pranav, definitely there was an impact that was supposed to happen. It was expected, but were we prepared for such a fall? It fell almost 1,000 points. Where do you see it going further? Will it drop even further than this, Pranav?
Well, as far as expectations are concerned, yes, in fact, there was a gap down opening expected because Nifty futures, that's the derivatives contracts that are trading on the GET exchange, were already trading about 1% lower. So yes, this was expected. We still do not know whether it is going to continue falling further. But as we see right now, the D Street is completely in red. Nifty is about 1% down. Sensex is 1.03% down. And all the major indices, that is the IT, FMCG, auto stocks, energy stocks are down 1.2%. So yes, this was quite on the expected lines and quite in line with the global markets, which are right now trading completely about 1 to 2% lower.
All right, can we also expect a rise in the gold and silver prices, which is usually the case in case there is a war?
Well, there has already been. In fact, gold prices have already shot up by about 2%. Oil prices are up by about 13%. So yes, we are seeing commodities trading at higher prices. Gold normally, as conventionally, metals normally rise when there is fear in the market. So yes, gold and silver are already up and oil prices are up. So we are seeing a sort of fear playing out in the markets, commodities as well as equities.
All right, thanks a lot, Pranav, for the details, and we'll come back to you as more details unfold. Keep tracking what's happening in the Indian markets and the world markets. Pranav will share more details because it definitely had a very big impact. All right, now let's move on to another big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment. Canada has issued travel advisory for its citizens, and it's a very big development, and it has issued an advisory to its citizens to avoid travel to Qatar and the conflict zones. Canada issues travel advisory to its citizens, which was very important. This is given by Canada, an advisory to its citizens: avoid all travel to Qatar and UAE, because there is a Middle East war that is happening right now. The entire West Asia is suffering because of the conflict between Iran and United States of America, and it's very unsafe to be traveling. Many airports across the Middle East were hit because of collateral damage or the interception of missiles, as you can say. And we showed you the visuals last evening also, of how airports were also affected, especially many airports across the Middle East. These are the visuals of that also. So Canada, as a precautionary measure, has asked everybody, the citizens of Canada, to avoid traveling to that region, to the Qatar, to UAE, because they are very much in the range of the Iranian missiles. And also there is a heavy presence of the United States of America's military in these regions, the naval base and also the air bases, which are pretty close to these regions in the Middle East. So Canada, as a precautionary measure, has issued a travel advisory to its citizens and have requested the citizens of Canada to avoid all travel. You can see the scenario in various airports across the globe. The passengers are already stranded. There's a lot more happening right now in the world. Lot more happening in the world. Now, there's another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. There are fresh wave of attacks beginning on Tehran. Now, another wave of attacks at Tehran, sound explosions heard in parts of Tehran because it has been a retaliation again by Israel. This is a fresh wave of attack by Israel against Iran, against Tehran, and explosions were heard in various parts of Tehran. So Tehran is bearing the brunt of its retaliation, the retaliation that was done by Iran, because Iran was firing missiles towards Israel, towards US, and this is a reaction. The war is moving ahead. The war is continuing, and there are more reactions coming. And Israel has responded very strongly with a fresh wave of attacks that have begun against Tehran. The war it looks like the war will continue for a very long time. All right, we have a guest with us to speak on this issue. We have Ambassador Virendra Gupta to speak on this issue. Ambassador Gupta, where do you think this war is going towards? How long will it take for things to normalize? Because Iran doesn't seem to stop here, and Israel is launching fresh wave of attacks towards Tehran, towards Iran, sir. Your first take on this.
Well, thank you very much for letting me on the program. It seems to me that it will be difficult for any of the party to sustain it for a long period. And I'm confident. In fact, it is not just a wishful thinking. India obviously wants these hostilities to secede. But it seems to me that at this moment, we have a perfect opportunity for face saving on both sides. Insofar as Iran is concerned, it has established, proven that it cannot be taken out as easily as America has taken out Venezuela and other countries, and that it has ability to sustain. Its ruling establishment is largely intact. And Iran has also shown that it has the ability to hit out at all possible targets in the Middle East. It has launched rockets and drones against Israel, against American assets, and against the countries which are hosting the American bases. Now, insofar as America is concerned, for them, I think it should be an acceptable price that the Khamenei is dead. Now, by now they understand very clearly that it's not as easy as they may have imagined to do a regime change, entire regime change. That is not going to be possible. So I think there are indications from America already, and I would not be surprised if Iran also accepts it maybe in the next few days and agree to come to renewed nuclear talks. Iran has already given an indication earlier that it is ready to put a complete cap on its nuclear program. So I don't think the substance of the matter is going to present any difficulty. I'm very much hoping that in the next 2-3 days, one would hear about the cessation of hostilities.
All right, sir. Thanks a lot for your detailed analysis on what's unfolding in the entire West Asia region. And our executive editor, Niranjan, is also with me in the studio right now.
I just wanted to add one thing,
yes,
that Iran has also seen considerable damage to its defense capabilities. The missile defense has been completely shattered. So therefore, Iran knows that there isn't much time for bravado at this time. America also knows that it is not as easy as it seemed to take out Iran completely. So I think there is a stark reality check on both sides.
True, definitely. But Iran is also not an easy enemy, not an easy target. It will be responding very strongly. It has a very good drone technology, very strong missile technology, and it has responded very strongly. And the war will be continuing even further. And already we are getting a big breaking news right now at this moment. Another big breaking news that is coming in, and an American drone has been intercepted. Another big development of a drone that has been intercepted. Big development. An American MQ-9 drone has been intercepted over Isfahan. An American drone being intercepted by Iran. Iran says that American MQ-9 drone was intercepted over Isfahan. So Iran is claiming of intercepting an American drone. Very big development in this West Asian war. An MQ-9 drone has been intercepted over Isfahan. an American drone intercepted by Iran over Isfahan. America is launching drone attacks against Iran, missile attacks against Iran, and Iran is claiming to intercept the drones that were being fired, the drones that are being used by America. This is state-of-the-art technology MQ-9 drone that is used by America, and Iran claims that they have been successful in intercepting an American drone. So this comes as a big setback for America also in this regards, where Iran says that they have successfully intercepted a drone over Isfahan. Ranjan.
Okay. We're getting in some more breaking news updates. In fact, a few minutes back, we had an update coming in as these drones are being intercepted. A short while back, the first data center also being targeted. In fact, an Amazon Web Services data center in the UAE has been hit. So any buildings, any companies belonging to America have been targeted. In the UAE, Amazon Service Center, Amazon Data Center has been targeted. And we are hearing that workers at the Dubai airport have fled to the parking lot. There has been a breaking news update right now. There are red alert sirens sounded in Dubai. Getting in a breaking news update. Air raid sirens blaring over Dubai. We're getting in more breaking news updates from Iran right now. From Dubai, I beg your pardon.
All right.
These are the latest pictures coming in. In fact, there have been many videos, in the last few days of people stuck in hotels, in basements, in parking lots, airports, stuck because many of them are tourists, many of them were transiting, many of them, have been there for the last few days because the airports are shut. And these are pictures that came in from the Dubai airport some time back of as the air raid sirens were sounded in Dubai. So Dubai is getting hit. Overnight as well, several missiles were launched from Iran towards Dubai. And these are pictures coming in first on Republic TV. We're looking at the pictures that are coming in from different sources. We're tracking the latest. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get you these pictures, some more breaking news updates coming in. Markets are down. Markets are down. What we will also do is we will get Pranav live, our Republic business editor, because markets are down almost 1,000 points. They opened at 78,000. That was nearly 4,000 points lower. There now, as of this minute, the markets are at a little over 80,400, rallying around 80,400. Yes. Still down about 1,000 points. They're all reacting to the global fallout of this war. Sirens blaring red in Kuwait after fresh explosions. That's the latest breaking news coming in, Shivam.
Yeah, the latest coming in. And also regarding the markets, Abu Dhabi has shut down its market as a precautionary measure. The markets will not be opening in Abu Dhabi for 2 days, that is today and for tomorrow. And also, these are the latest developments, ladies and gentlemen, which we are showing you. The sirens blaring red in Kuwait after fresh explosions that have taken place. Now, every part of the Middle East is in the range of Iranian missiles, the drone attacks, and also because the IRGC has claimed that all American assets, all American naval bases, all American bases are legitimate targets, and they have made it clear that their targets are special.
I think we're getting in the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju speaking about the situation. India is monitoring the situation very closely, and let's cut across live. Kiran Rijiju, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister. Okay, we'll play that again. That was Kiran Rijiju, the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister, speaking about the situation. Let's go back to the pictures once again. Pictures coming in from different parts of the Middle East where bombings continue. Let's put the screen on. Let's get those labels in. These are pictures that came in a short while back from Dubai. You had those pictures come in of workers at the Dubai airport who fled to the parking lot after the blaring of sirens over an incoming missile. And these are pictures that came in Kuwait, from Kuwait, air raid sirens in Kuwait. This is from Tehran, the pictures that came in from Tehran this morning.
Yes.
So what we will do is we will keep playing those pictures out from different parts of the war zone. This video came in from Tehran as a fresh wave of bombings were reported this morning by the US-Israel joint forces. The US coalition bombing Tehran. UK has said it has allowed its airbase to be used by the US coalition to bomb Iran. So that's another breaking news update that came in. They're targeting all military, intel, police facilities, anything that was emblematic of the Khamenei regime is being targeted. All missile launch pads are being targeted. And these are live pictures coming in from Tehran, ladies and gentlemen. I think we had several videos come in, especially of Tehran. Look at that. That's another video that came in of the cluster bombs that were dropped in that area. This was also from Tehran. The video that came in, the video that was released by the IDF. They claimed that military targets were chosen, picked, and the military buildings in Tehran were razed to the ground. Head of Hezbollah, okay, some more breaking news updates coming in now, that the head of Hezbollah's parliamentary faction was reportedly eliminated. This is another breaking news update coming in. His name is Mohammad Raad, head of Hezbollah's parliamentary council, leading member of the Hezbollah faction in the Lebanese parliament, has been assassinated in Beirut. Yes. So this is a breaking news update.
And also the base, the UK base was also attacked by Iran because they have also become a legitimate target because Starmer earlier claimed that they approved their base to be used by the United States of America, and there was a response, and UK base in Cyprus has also been attacked. So this is also a very big development. The Royal Air Force base in Cyprus that was attacked by Iran. Now, Iranian missiles were fired toward UK bases in Cyprus. This is also confirmed by Defense Secretary of UK, because UK allowed US to use the British bases for defensive strikes against Iran. Niranjan.
Yeah, let's get a quick check on the markets, how the Indian markets are responding to this. This morning, Sensex, Nifty, reacting to the situation in the Middle East. Let's put the numbers out. Sensex is down almost 1.25%, rallying around 25,178 points. We have Sensex at 81,287, down almost 1.17%. Nifty at 25,178. Down almost 1.25%. So the markets are down as of this minute, and we'll get Pranav also live. That's the latest number. Sorry, the numbers have changed. The markets are at the Sensex around 80,519, down almost 1%. Nifty below the 25,000 mark at 24,935. Once again, down almost 1%. The stock markets are reacting to the developments in the Middle East. In fact, this morning, the markets opened at 78,000, have recovered to about 80,500 now. And this is a fallout of the US-Israel-Iran war. And they're likely to open lower. They've stabilized in the last few minutes, but this trend is likely to continue. The GIFT Nifty also indicated a gap down start for the Indian benchmark index, was rallying around 25,000, but the Nifty has gone down to the 24,974 mark. And the markets are reacting to the war in the Middle East, and they've fallen sharply. Let's go across to Pranav in just a bit. Let's go back now to the pictures coming in from the Middle East as we... Okay, Pranav is on the phone line with me right now. Pranav, what have you seen in the markets? How are they reacting?
Well, Niranjan, this was quite on the expected lines. In fact, today morning, the Nifty futures, that is the derivatives contracts on the GIFT exchanges, were trading already lower by about 1%. What we're seeing right now is that Nifty, Sensex, the benchmark indices have opened about 1% lower. But this kind of volatility we've seen over the past 1 year. So according to analysts, this is quite on the expected lines, or in fact a little better than what was expected. There is a gap opening. IT stocks are down. Metals are a little up. Auto stocks are down. PSU banks and energy stocks are down 1%. Niranjan.
Okay. How are the global markets reacting? We are hearing that UAE has closed its stock markets for about 2 days.
Yes, Niranjan. In fact, UAE yesterday, the UAE markets, two major global markets in the UAE region, were trading on Sunday. In fact, and they were open and closed about 5% lower. So, as a precautionary measure, given the volatility in those regions, and given that some of the biggest companies of the world, we have like MR, infrastructure, energy, oil companies that are listed on Gulf exchanges. So in light of the volatility in that region, major indices or major markets in the Gulf region have been closed for 2 days, that is Monday and Tuesday. As far as global markets are concerned, the entire Asian region has witnessed markets opening lower today. Hang Seng, that is the Hong Kong index, opened about 1% lower. South Korea's Kospi was lower. Japan's Nikkei has been trading about 2% down as we speak. So yes, there has been a bloodbath across, and that's primarily because of the uncertainty that has been triggered by the ongoing tensions in the Middle East.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those inputs. Getting in more pictures of these pictures came in earlier. So let's go across to the pictures of Israel reportedly using its Iron Beam high-powered laser system in combat for the first time while intercepting rockets fired by Hezbollah over northern Israel. We have those pictures come in of Israel reportedly using its Iron Beam being used over Israel for the first time. This is for the first time that they've used it in combat. That's a picture that came in over northern Israel. I repeat, that's northern Israel. And they've intercepted rockets fired by Hezbollah over northern Israel. These, you can see a barrage of rockets being launched, and those rockets also being intercepted mid-air. Many of those rockets were intercepted, and that's the Iron Beam in action against the Lebanese missiles that were fired. These were fired by Hezbollah over northern Israel and were intercepted.
It's because Hezbollah launched an aggressive wave of strikes across the Middle East. And also, some of the incoming missiles were intercepted by Israel using the powerful defense system, which is known as Iron Beam. This was used for the first time. They already have a very strong air defense system when it comes to the attacks that they face from the border regions, and especially this time because this was an attack by Hezbollah. Hezbollah is pretty much active, and they are firing missiles at Israel, and not just Israel, and also the other targets, which include the US military bases, US assets, and all other in the entire region. Now, this is a reaction. This is an interception of Lebanese Hezbollah aggressive missile launches by Israel. Now, Iron Beam has been used in the combat zone, is used by Israel, and this is the first time that Iron Beam has been used in an active war zone. Hezbollah launched an aggressive wave of strikes across the Middle East.
Okay, we have Ambassador Virendra Gupta joining us live now on the broadcast. He's a former diplomat. Good morning, Ambassador. Iran is unrelenting. I don't think even the Americans and the Israelis expected this wave, this intensity of a response from Israel, sir, from Iran, sir.
Well, Iran has a considerable stockpile of drones and missiles, and they have demonstrated their ability to hit all possible targets at will. Even though there are reports, and I think some of those reports are credible, that they have sustained considerable damage to their missile launch capabilities and also the defense, Israel missile defense capabilities. So I think from the Iranian point of view, they have managed to save the regime so far, and they have demonstrated that they have the ability to counterattack. So I think conditions are beginning to develop. All the world leaders are also asking for restraint and escalation of hostilities. So I think the time is right that both parties now can come together and begin to talk again.
Yeah.
Because there is a huge humanitarian disaster. We are not looking at that. I mean, countries just pursue their political objectives and military objectives. But what about hundreds and thousands of civilians who are dying? People who have been put to, their lives have been disrupted. Look at the airline traffic has been completely disrupted. So I think there is need for better counsel to prevail.
And the fact that, most of the Middle Eastern countries are being bombarded. UAE continues to be bombarded. Dubai, we just, broke some details and inputs, visuals of its airport being put on high alert as air raid sirens were heard. The bombardments haven't stopped. We are hearing that anything American buildings, American companies, a UAE Amazon data center has been bombed, Ambassador Gupta. So this is not going to stop anytime soon.
Well, the Iranians are, so far, you see, the bluster will go on. until the decision is made to secede the hostilities. But of course, it's anybody's guess. It could get worse. But I'm hoping that better sense will prevail. There is not going to be any military victory soon, and I think military bravado can get you short-term, advantage, but in the long term, they're not going to benefit. Iran is a very, formidable ally. 100 million people, old civilization. They have stockpiled considerable. They were preparing for this eventuality. So I think it's not going to be easy to take them out, or do the regime change as Trump was hoping.
Surely.
That people in Iran will rise up and overthrow the regime.
Thanks a lot, Ambassador Gupta, for your detailed analysis on what's unfolding in the West Asian region on the war between Iran and the United States of America and Israel. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break. We are getting a lot of breakings also. We'll show you all the breakings, but also coming up next, Israel strikes Lebanon. We'll get you all the details of that too just after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा
तेरा झुमका
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी व्हाट आर यू डूइंग
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से एमडीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
अरे टेंशन किस बात की सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना लो एमिशन है हाई डेंसिटी है वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिकर.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
अरे अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV as we're getting you the live and breaking updates from the war zone in the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Republic. Let's get started with the breaking news of the moment. The government has responded this morning to the evolving situation after the protests that were witnessed on Sunday. The Union Ministry of Home Affairs, the MHA, has written to states cautioning against possible violence in India in the wake of India-US strikes against Iran. The letter was circulated on the 28th of February, asking states to identify pro-Iran radical preachers giving inflammatory sermons. So there's a crackdown on pro-Iran radical preachers giving inflammatory sermons so that there is no law and order situation that we face as a country after what we saw in Pakistan, for example, yesterday, when pro-Khamenei protesters stormed US embassies, US consulates. Unprecedented violence, with some estimates suggesting that at least 35 to 40 of them were killed. And Iran, as we focus on the situation in Iran, the MHA has written to states now. Okay, that is the latest breaking news updates. Some more visuals coming in right now. Those are pictures from Tehran of the aftermath of the strikes by the US and Israel. We've seen bombardment by US and Israel in different military facilities across Tehran. So the pictures and the extent of the devastation in Tehran is just about beginning to emerge. Ladies and gentlemen, as we focus on these pictures, these videos came in from Tehran of the aftermath of the bombardment by US and Israel.
Yes, these are the latest visuals of the attack, the latest visuals coming in from Tehran, Iran. And also, Donald Trump was claiming that the Iranian leaders right now, they want to talk, but the situation is pretty volatile. As of now, there are missiles being fired by both the sides, and a UK base in Cyprus was also attacked by Iran because the base was used to attack Iran. And also, Hezbollah is pretty active in this scenario, and Hezbollah has also been targeted by Israel. The Hezbollah terrorists, as what Israel says, has been targeted. The Lebanese PM has also responded they don't want to jump into this conflict. And the Lebanese PM has also condemned both Hezbollah and also Israel for the strikes that they have conducted. The situation is pretty volatile. These are the latest visuals, exclusive visuals coming in from Tehran, Iran. And this war is escalating even further. Many parts of the Middle East have been affected because of this ongoing war. The legitimate targets, as per IRGC, are the American bases, which are across the Middle Eastern regions, including Erbil. In many parts, the American bases have been attacked by the IRGC, by the missiles. And also, Israel is facing a lot of missile attacks from Iran, a barrage of missiles. As of now, right now, also, fresh wave of strikes have taken place. And a fresh wave of strikes have been conducted by Israel again now against Iran. And these are the visuals of those. These are the visuals of the aftermath, the situation now.
We have Richie Greenberg. Richie Greenberg is a political commentator. He's also a former Republican mayoral candidate from San Francisco who's joining us. Richie, are you there? Good morning. Just before we go across to Richie, getting in a breaking news update right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hezbollah parliament faction head eliminated. Hezbollah leaders are being eliminated by US and Israel in the joint strikes. The strikes are escalating.
Yes.
And,
Mohammad Raad. Mohammad Raad has been eliminated. He is the Hezbollah parliament faction head who has been eliminated.
Okay, the pictures are also coming in of the Hezbollah, that's Mohammad Raad, who's been assassinated in Beirut, in Lebanon. And we have the picture of this leader, anti-America, a leader who's been assassinated. There is a declaration also coming in. Meanwhile, as we get you the breaking news updates, that Iran has said that they will not negotiate. Iran has declared they will not negotiate no matter what. So that is a declaration. Earlier, in fact, there were some mixed reports coming in that Iran was willing to talk, but that is unlikely. Iran now saying that they will not negotiate with the United States. So the war is not going to slow down anytime soon.
So definitely the claims made by Trump falls flat that they want to talk.
That's the picture of Hezbollah parliamentary faction head who was eliminated. Mohammad Raad was his name. And that's the first picture, that's the image that we have of him being eliminated in the strikes. He's been assassinated in Beirut. An anti-America leader, Hezbollah parliamentary faction head, killed in the strikes this morning. Okay, let's see, we have Richie Greenberg joining us now. Richie, good morning. Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear. Thanks for having me on this morning.
Okay, so we're hearing that there is no way that Iran is going to negotiate. That's a no-no. That's a confirmation now coming in.
Yes, that's actually very interesting because it wasn't that long ago today or later yesterday that we did hear that the new interim leadership or the successor leader was interested in talking to Trump. And this was something that was put on social media quite a bit by Trump himself and others to say that they thought the new leadership was going to be hardline, but that they were interested in talking. I saw that, other commentators saw that, and now this is a new development that they're saying, well, I guess that's not going to be the case.
Yes, and where do you see this? How do you see Trump reacting to this? Do you think even Donald Trump expected this level of a response from Iran?
Well, really, President Trump and the advisors and the people that are in the department, all the different departments that are all coordinating now on this situation, I am absolutely confident that they have thought of every different scenario, that they have planned out whether it was going to be a very quick resolution or if it was going to be dragged out. They did all the calculations to see what they needed to see how long their supplies would be in the Middle East area, what they would need to bring in. I'm fully confident that they had this as one of their different scenarios. And also, if I can add, not that long ago, we were learning that there was a warning from Israel to Hezbollah in Lebanon to please keep out of this, and there was an understanding that they were going to keep out of it, but we're seeing the change there as well. And now we've seen southern Lebanon is a lot of the residents there are evacuating. So it's a fluid situation. Yes, it's a dangerous situation, but I'm absolutely sure that the Trump administration, they had made calculations, and this was one of the scenarios.
Yes. Okay, we have another video coming in of... by the way, what is the official number? Because Iran claims that over 500 American soldiers have been killed in different locations across the Middle East.
Yeah, I have not heard any of the official numbers or even unofficial numbers right now. I think it's much lower than that. We know that you can't really trust numbers that come out of Iran and their different ministries there that put out information. So until we see something a little bit more solid out of the American side right now, I wouldn't put that much credence in any of the numbers.
Okay. Be with us, Richie, because I'm getting in some more breaking news right now as we bring you this broadcast. There are multiple updates, ladies and gentlemen. In the last few minutes, you had Iran going on record and saying that they will not negotiate with the United States. That's a statement that's come in from an Iranian official in the last few minutes, confirming that there is no question of talks with America. There were some media reports in the West that seemed to suggest that Iran was willing to speak, but that's not happening. In fact, Trump indicated that Iran wanted to open up the dialogue, but Iran officials on record saying there is no way that they want to go back to a situation where they will be talking to America once again. But by the way, you know, Richie, there is a feeling that America sort of completely played Iran. The talks were on in Oman, right? The talks were on, officials were there, and before I go back to Richie, another bit of breaking news now coming in. A statement coming in from Iran. Iran officials on the offensive. In fact, one more statement coming in that not just they will not just saying that they won't speak to America. They won't speak. They won't go back to the negotiating table. But taking on Trump, they continue to sort of mock Trump. In the middle of this war. I just read a statement here, Richie, that despite targets being chosen in Tehran, despite targets being hit in Tehran, you had the foreign minister of Iran say last evening that they've had 2 decades to study defeats of the US military to the immediate east and west, and they have incorporated lessons accordingly. Bombings in Tehran have no impact on our ability to conduct war. Decentralized mosaic defense enables us to decide when and how war will end.
Yeah, again, this seems to be like a situation of rhetoric and propaganda. They are not going to admit that they have difficulty in keeping hold of their country. This is a pattern that we've seen from a lot of the tyrannical regimes that are around the world, especially in many of the countries of the Middle East. Again, I don't think that this is something that was out of the realm of calculation or possibility from Trump's administration. And don't forget that they're also working hand in hand with Israel and Israel intelligence. So between Israel intelligence, Mossad, and other agents that are on the ground right now that are in Iran, along with Americans, and monitoring social media, monitoring everything they can find on the web. This is just, in my opinion, this is just propaganda. We saw earlier yesterday evening that the TV networks in Iran were even hacked by the Americans and had a broadcast message from Trump. So I think it's actually the other way around. I think that the Americans and Israel have the leadership of Iran, they're backing them into a corner. And of course, Iran is going to do everything that they can, the regime there, to seem to their followers and to seem to all of their adherents and their the guard, the Revolutionary Guard, to not have them panic and realize that they're on the ropes and they may even be defeated very soon.
Now, in the middle of this, there is a huge buzz around Donald Trump and his midterm elections. How are people responding to this back home?
So it's actually really interesting because you have big jubilant celebrations around the nation. You have in Washington, D.C., in New York City, here in San Francisco, in Los Angeles, and elsewhere, places that have had large numbers of diaspora Iranians, those who are either the ones that have left Iran back right around 1979 with the revolution there, and then their descendants, their children, who were born in America or were very young when they left in 1979, 1980. And there was jubilation. There were parades. There were celebrations, singing and dancing, and parades up and down the streets with music and holding the pre-revolution flags, which were pro-Shah flags. You see flags of Israel, flags of United States, a lot of posters and signs that say thank you Trump, thank you Israel, and even thank you Netanyahu. And the counter to that is mostly the left-wing media. We have a lot of reporters and independent journalists and media that is trying to make it seem like here in America, they don't accept what Trump has done. They don't accept the attempt to overthrow or to remove the Ayatollah, and this was illegal. But we know that is not what the Iranian people wanted, especially those that live here. They've been fighting for years and years, hoping that somehow America or a joint force would be able to remove the Ayatollah, and finally we're here.
Absolutely. Now, the idea also will be to, if you expected a 15-20 day war, looking at the response of Iran and how the Middle East has had to respond. People estimate that this war may not last for over 10 days, and you will have to perhaps rethink. Is that what military analysts are also feeling back in America?
Yes, that's what they're thinking. Also, President Trump himself has also said that this shouldn't last more than 10 days or something like that. I know it's going to be continuously updated depending on the situation. I think in my observance and what I'm looking at, the thing that was surprising to me is that Iran is attacking nearby neighbors that are in the Gulf and Middle East. That was surprising. I didn't expect, I don't think many of us here on the ground expected that they would be shooting drones and missiles to Bahrain, to Qatar, to Dubai and the Arab Emirates. I think that was unexpected, at least from our standpoint. But going back to the point that I made earlier, I'm sure that the Trump administration, that they had that on their radar, on their watch, that this might happen. And sure enough, it is happening. So it's problematic to see, and you have been showing as well here on network TV here, that we see explosions and missiles that are coming into Dubai. And this is disheartening, but I don't think it's going to last that much longer. It's just that they're trying to lash out at anyone that had any friendly relationship or support from either America or Israel. And we know that Israel and Dubai have had good relations now, and so that's why Iran is going after them. But I don't think that this is going to go on for too much longer. That Iran is shooting so much of its capabilities, its missiles and drones, before you know it, they're going to run out.
Yep. Okay, be with me, Richie, because I'm getting in some more breaking news updates right now into our newsrooms as we speak. There is a statement that came in from the IDF, more videos that are coming in. The IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, saying that the Northern Command commander, Major General Rafi Milov, has said following the first wave of attacks across Lebanon. So Israel's focus is now on Lebanon. There is an update saying Hezbollah chose the Iranian regime over the state of Lebanon and launched an attack on our civilians. We prepared for this, and it will pay a heavy price. So there are statements coming in from the IDF warning Lebanon and Hezbollah. We are prepared for defense and offense, and saying that their message to the residents of the north, that they will continue to protect you from the front lines. We have significantly bolstered the order of battle along the border and are prepared to absorb additional forces. We will not evacuate you. Shortly after Hezbollah's fire, in accordance with the plan, we launched a first broad wave of strikes in Beirut, as well as in southern Lebanon, targeting senior figures in the organization, headquarters, terror infrastructure. We are also working to evacuate the population in southern Lebanon to protect it ahead of the additional strikes. The strikes continue and the intensity will increase. So as Richie continues to stay with us, Major General G.D. Bakshi also joining us live. He will be joining us in just a few seconds. I'll go across to him as we bring in some pictures coming in of the Northern Command Chief. The war room in Iran are active as they now focus on Hezbollah and Lebanon as well. Okay, Major General G.D. Bakshi is live with us. General G.D. Bakshi and Richie Greenberg with us this morning. General Bakshi, did the Americans see this, the wave of response from Iran, or was this expected?
Look, as far as Dan Carl, the American Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff was concerned, in his briefings, he had clearly warned Donald Trump that the aim of regime change would be difficult to implement. There are no boots on the ground. The only boots on the ground are the Iranian people, which Donald Trump, which Netanyahu have been asking to rise up and, change their destiny, save it, etc. That is what they were hoping. What we saw on the ground is that the killing of Khamenei has angered the entire Iranian people. About 2 crore Iranian citizens came out on the streets in protest, in anger, and they are asking for revenge. Wherever there are Shia populations in Iraq, in Bahrain, etc., in Pakistan, India, they're all rising up and asking for revenge. They attacked the American consulate in Karachi. So, so far, Iran has fired only its less sophisticated missiles, the subsonic missiles, the supersonic missiles. It is so far fired only very few hypersonic missiles. It is reserving them till the end, so that most of the interceptor missiles of Patriots and THAADs are fired away. Please don't forget that to intercept every single Iranian missile or drone, you have to fire sometimes 2 or more Patriot missiles. The entire production of Patriot missiles in the United States is 600 to 800 per year. They have been liberally supplying to Ukraine, to Israel. Last year they were fired off, pooped off, in fact. So how long will these stocks last? An Israeli intelligence estimate had said that if there is, intense fighting, then 5 days. And if there is low-grade fighting, then they are going to last for 7 to 10 days. That is an Israeli intelligence estimate, and they are pretty accurate. Now the Iranians have started firing. The Iranians have started firing on the American aircraft carrier. Yesterday, they fired 4 missiles on the Abraham Lincoln. All these 4 were fired down, but these were initial probing attacks. They are trying to check the defensive reaction of the battleship, of the aircraft carrier, and with that telemetry data which they have recorded, it will help them. It will help them to launch more accurate strikes. And 1 aircraft carrier down means there are 5,000 sailors. I was saying that even if they hit a Arleigh-Burke class destroyer, the Americans could suffer 250 to 300 casualties per ship. Can the United States afford such body bag inflow in a midterm election year? The prices of oil have started rising. if they become $7 to $8 per gallon in the United States itself, well, there will be cascading effect of inflation. Is the United States prepared for that? You know, it is easy to start a war, but difficult to deal with the consequences, especially if you don't do much thought and analysis. And your prime concern is to keep the Epstein file reports off the headlines.
Yeah,
that can be pretty dangerous because the consequences will be measured in lives, American military lives. Body bags are not popular in the United States at all. And like I said, Iran is reserving its hypersonic missiles for the later stages when the interceptor missiles of the Americans and Israelis are mostly fired off. That is when they'll start firing off their high-grade hypersonic missiles, cruise missiles, as also the anti-ship missiles. There will be hell of a price to pay. They are focusing more on, right now, they are focusing more on the American bases, which are not as, the air defenses are not as thick as they are over Israel. Israel has got layered air defenses, you know, Barak 8s, the David Sling, Green Arrow, Arrow missiles, as also the Patriots and Thards. And the American carrier battle group, Gerald Ford, which has been sent there to provide air defense protection to Israel, enhance the missile density of interceptor missiles. You keep shooting them off, how long can the war stocks last? 5 days, 7 days, 10 days? Donald Trump is already talking of 4 to 5 weeks this will take. Well, you may be able to prevail over Iran. Are you prepared for the economic, political costs of body bags, of rising oil prices, you know, which could devastate the recovery, post-COVID recovery of the global economy?
Yeah.
Already United States has admitted to 3 military lives lost. This is just the beginning.
Sir, I have a breaking news update coming in. I have a breaking news update coming in because we have more videos coming in. I want to get in one last question from Richie Greenberg, and I'm coming to you because we also hear that Afghanistan has launched an attack on Pakistan. It's bizarre what's going on in the world right now. Afghanistan has launched a drone attack on the Noor Khan base in Pakistan. So I'll go across to that video and go across to Richie with that video. Look at this. This video was released by Afghanistan government. The Taliban released this video claiming that they had targeted multiple military bases in Pakistan. Multiple military bases in Pakistan. And they've targeted Pakistan's Noor Khan base. And the Noor Khan Air Base, ladies and gentlemen, in Rawalpindi was hit by India during Operation Sindoor. And they were just about repairing their runway. If I'm not wrong, at last we checked, Pakistanis were repairing the runway and they've now been hit by Afghan drones. It is a pathetic situation in Pakistan because on one hand, they claim to be very close to America and almost 40 of their people, 40 of their citizens who tried to storm the US consulates. Richie, how are you looking at this country called Pakistan, who you claim is close to you? They were firing at your consulate. 40 to 50, I mean, at least 400, 500 rioters were seen in one video. And we hear that there were headshots fired on these Pakistanis by the security at these American consulates. It's crazy. I don't know why your country trusts this terror nation called Pakistan.
Yes, well, right about 24 hours ago, I was on air with you, and we saw the live video coming in from Pakistan right outside the U.S. consulate and the riots there that were trying to break in. So yes, it is true that there are many people there that are not happy with what America has done by taking out the Ayatollah Khamenei. But you know, this is sovereign territory over there. You have the consulates around the world from all the different countries, and so they're just defending. This is not all of Pakistan. This is not every single citizen of Pakistan that is coming out to protest or to revolt against America. These are obviously the individuals that are aligned with the Iranian, the Revolutionary Guard and the Shiites, and so this is what we see. This doesn't mean everyone is going to agree with them. Now, is it problematic? Of course, because we just don't want to see this happen around the world. Around the world, we have learned over the last 40, 45, 47 years that Iran has had a very hard line government leadership there that has been threatening the world, threatening the West, causing destabilization and causing arms the dealing and money laundering and technology transfer that was all doing for not very nice purposes. And back in 1979, when the Ayatollah came in at that point, and ever since, all along, that was a declaration of war against the West, a declaration of war against America, against Israel. Back then, in 1979, it never stopped. They never stopped. And so this is just a continuation. We got to the point now that we can't trust anything that they say. And it's a difficult situation, as I said, in Pakistan now, where you have anyone aligned either within Pakistan or over Taliban in Afghanistan that are causing trouble. But again, as I said earlier, all of this has to have been taken into account by the Trump administration. It's not like he is going at this alone. It's not like he was formulating the idea to launch an attack, a missile attack on Iran. This has been in planning in concert with Israel for many, many weeks or months, and this is just another scenario that I'm absolutely sure that they've had on their plan of what needs to be done in case this happens.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Richie, for joining us. I want to go across to General Bakshi with that video. General Bakshi, that's the drone video. You just saw that drone flyby, and this was released by the Afghans, showing that they had indeed targeted the Nur Khan base. That drone, if you can play that drone video, please, so that General Bakshi can look at that video and speak over it. The video that was released by the Afghans, claiming that drones were launched from their soil into Pakistan, targeting several bases. Several military bases have been hit. Most prominent among them was the Nur Khan base. Sir.
Niranjan, the Nur Khan base is the crown jewel of the Pakistani Air Force. The entire command and control, SATCOMs, etc. are here. The Americans had built a bunker at the cost of underground command post at the cost of about $500 million. And this was also their nuclear command post. We had hit this via a air conditioning vent, and we had caused severe damage. There were 2 mobile command posts supplied by Turkey at this airbase, which we had knocked out. Heavy damage had been inflicted on a critical command and control node. Now the Afghans have no air force. So Pakistan thought it could kick their butts black and blue without any consequences. It has realized to its shock and horror that the Afghans, whom they see as backward Taliban, they have also acquired drones, and they are attacking them and using them with great effectiveness, with lethal effectiveness. And Pakistan has been made to pay a price for its attack on Afghan cities, air attacks, which have mostly killed women and children. So the Afghans have this tradition of badal or revenge, which goes on for about 7 generations. So you just started a cycle of revenge strikes. The Afghans may not have fighter bombers, but they have no dearth of suicide bombers. And you will see these attacks now. Pakistan was trying to suck up to Donald Trump, and make itself very popular with him. They told him, we'll get you the Bagram air base, we'll knock the shit out of the Afghans. Well, you're getting a lot of shit back. A lot of shit back. And then you have helped, the Americans to supply arms to the Sistan, Baluchistan province of Iran, so that the Baluch can revolt against the Iranian government. The Iranians aren't happy. They're pretty mad about this. There will be reactions from there. Wait and see. You want to fight with all your neighbors at the same time? I mean, that's your bloody choice. But the people of Afghanistan, the street opinion is not with the Pakistani government. It's all for, at least the Shias are outrightly supporting the Iranians. They have attacked the American embassy. It is the Marine Corps guards which had to fire headshots to save their consulate. It was not the Pakistani. Normally when such hostile crowds gather around an embassy or a consulate, the local countries, the police, etc., step in. They put a cordon around, they fire tear gas, etc., shots in the air, and then fire for effect. But we saw nothing of that sort. A free run was given to these. That is the danger. Pakistan is a very duplicitous state. So before Donald Trump trusts it like a blood brother, Donald Trump invited Mullah Munir to the White House 3 times in 3 months. And like a bloody traveling salesman, he was going there with a suitcase full of so-called rare earth, copper, tungsten, gold nuggets that he claimed to have dug out from Baluchistan. The Chinese have been working there for 30 years. They haven't found any oil, any rare earth, not even gold or tungsten. How are you selling it to the Americans? Donald Trump is realizing that this man is a big fraud. He had assured him and the Israelis, despite all my talk again for Palestine, etc., we care a damn. We will shoot and murder the Palestinians like Ziaul Haq had done in Jordan. 20,000 Palestinians had been killed by the Pakistan army. This is a two-timing state, and the earlier people realize it, the less they will suffer at its hands. The Chinese are now realizing this. $80 billion they had given to Pakistan. Pakistan has gone and sat in the lap of Donald Trump, dumped the Chinese. 80% of their weapons, equipment, army, navy, air force are all Chinese. But they have dumped the Chinese. You think the Chinese have forgotten this? The next war they want to fight with India, they'll feel that distinct Chinese chill.
Yes. Sir, I just want to get your view also on the kind of protests that we saw yesterday, the violent protests across Pakistan, US consulates being targeted, many of them being shot. Very disturbing videos that came in yesterday. I think you may have seen many of those. Armed protesters, terrorists, right? They went with guns shooting at the US consulate. Many of them, died of headshots later. But the situation is fragile. How do you think the Trump administration and the Americans will view this?
Well, they'll not be too pleased with these kind of attacks on their consulate. Lethal attacks. And like I said, it is the Marine Corps guards, Americans, who had to open fire to save their consulate. Not the Pakistani police that tried to prevent the crowds. That means these are orchestrated attacks, orchestrated by the ISI, orchestrated by the terrorist organizations which are thriving in Pakistan. So, there is the street opinion is totally out of sync with Mullah Munir's two-timing smart-ass policies. Absolutely out of sync with street opinion. That is also what Iran is attempting to do in the Gulf states. They also have huge Shia populations which are working in the oil sector. Saudi Arabia, the oil sector is more or less run by the Shias. So, they are very angry, very, disturbed by the killing of their Ayatollah, which is like killing the Christian Pope. So they are quite pissed off, they are very angry and they are out on the street and they are very emotional people. I don't know on what basis Donald Trump and Witkoff was saying, why don't they capitulate? Why don't they capitulate? What do you think this is? Venezuela? You know, Venezuela just produces beauty queens for Miss World and Miss Universe competition. So they folded up with one strike. You took away Maduro and that was the end of it. They thought they could do a similar drama in Iran. And they got a shock. On the first day, they had achieved total tactical surprise. The B-2 bombers were dropping 2,000-pound bombs on Tehran, on the compound where Khamenei was staying, the defense headquarters, the military headquarters, military intelligence headquarters. They had devastated them all and they were thinking, oh, now it's all over. Like Maduro's Venezuela, Iran will fold up and ask for surrender, and Donald Trump was crowing, surrender! I'm calling upon the IRGC to surrender. Look, you are making yourself look like a fool. Because look at the way the Iranians are reacting.
Yeah, sir, getting in these pictures, just sorry to interrupt you there, because these pictures are coming in of the US releasing details of how the USS Gerald Ford is helping in this operation. This video came in of the USS Gerald Ford, which is the world's largest aircraft carrier. Those are pictures that came in. Okay, let's put those, the detailing of it. The USS Gerald Ford. And this is operating from the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. The USS Gerald Ford, codenamed CVN-78, is the world's largest aircraft carrier. It's being used in the fight with US forces supporting Operation Epic Fury. Operation Epic Fury. And they're launching aircraft from the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. As far as the USS Gerald Ford is concerned, it was moved a few weeks back, anticipating this particular situation. This is exactly why it was mobilized in this war against Iran. And it appears, even though USS Abraham Lincoln, which is another aircraft carrier which was mobilized there in the region, it was not hit. There were 4 strikes launched towards it, 4 missiles that were launched towards it, but there was no hit, is what America claimed. Donald Trump claimed it was fake news. USS Gerald Ford, these pictures coming in of the lead ship of the US Navy, named after the former US president, and it is built at over a cost of nearly $20 billion, and can carry upwards of 70 to 75 aircraft, and it is now currently being used in the war against Iran. So, General Bakshi, in a situation like this, when Iran has its eyes on the US carriers, and one of the last tweets that Khamenei put out before he was eliminated was how he would send them to the middle of the sea, how he would bury these ships to the middle of the sea. But they're at a safe distance, appear to be at a safe distance as of now, Eastern Mediterranean Sea.
You know, Niranjan, it is because of the dire threat of the Iranian attacks on the aircraft carrier, especially Abraham Lincoln, was in the Gulf of Hormuz. Now, these are closed, narrow, restricted waters where a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier cannot maneuver, cannot save itself. So, do you know that before the war started, the Americans pulled the aircraft carrier out of the Gulf of Hormuz and brought it to the Gulf of Oman, which is more open, because they were so worried that this would be hit. There are the coastal missile batteries all along the Iranian coast with their anti-ship missiles. And so far, yesterday they fired 4 missiles and drones against the aircraft carrier. The aim was to probe their defenses and gather telemetry data on the American response. They have that data. They have that data now. And the next series of attacks will come with hypersonic missiles which no Patriot, no THAAD can intercept. And one aircraft carrier down means 5,000 American military lives. If a Aegis class destroyer is hit, It means 250 to 300 American lives. I keep saying this is an election year. America has already admitted to 3 killed and about 8-9 wounded American military personnel. And that is the tip of the iceberg. They are hiding many more casualties. Iran is claiming about 550 American military personnel killed. I mean, even their claims will have to cater for propaganda and inflation. But the simple fact is casualties are going to be there, and America is ultra sensitive to body bags. And you want to continue this for 4 to 5 weeks, sir, you be prepared to pay a price in blood and treasure.
Yeah. Sir, there is a video
that for the price of oil to go up to $7 to $8 a gallon in the United States.
Sir,
you forget the rest of the world.
Yeah, so I have a video that's coming in now that shows how a US warplane crashed in Kuwait. That's what the Iranian media is claiming. Iranian media has put out a video that shows a US jet crashing over the skies in Kuwait. And this is a claim made by the Iranian media. It's on your screen right now. If you can zoom in a bit, it appears to be falling straight from the skies. This is over the Kuwait airspace is where this hit is believed to have taken place. It's a US fighter jet that was reportedly brought down over the skies of Kuwait. And you can see the plane just falling from the skies. That's a breaking news update coming in. Just queuing up the video, sir. I don't know whether you can see this video clearly, but it appears to have been intercepted. This is the fighter pilot. There's also a picture of the fighter pilot he's being evacuated from there. He can be seen. The fighter pilot is seen there in this video after that plane crashed with his parachute. And the fighter jet has been destroyed. And you can see him there in Kuwait getting some help. There's a man shooting a video. So he's being cautious there. But that's the video of the jet falling from the skies. So this is perhaps the first video we have seen of a fighter jet being brought down from the skies, sir. General Bakshi, it's there's going to be a lot of money that all these countries involved, especially the Middle East, almost exhausting their air defense systems while looking to ward off these Iranian missiles. And if it's an American plane that's been shot, then it's likely that it was hit by an Iranian missile. Sir.
Absolutely. Not only are the Iranians using their long-range missiles, they have the S-300s, S-200s of the Russians and the air defense system, communications, etc. and 3D radars are by the Chinese. But these don't seem to have proved very effective. They have a number of manpads, Russian shoulder-fired missiles, which have, warheads that can, go through flares and all that, see through flares and home in onto American aircraft or NATO aircraft. And this seems to be a big bird. The profile is sideways. It's either an F-18 or an F-35. That's a pretty costly plane, man. And I hope that pilot is safe. But he should have bailed out. We haven't seen him as yet. The parachute is not visible. But this plane has been hit, and this is a big loss. So far, the last 12-day campaign, there was not a single American fighter aircraft or bomber shot down. But you will start seeing this happening now, because they were very effectively using their Growler aircraft for electronic warfare suppression. But the Russians are also there on the ground, the Chinese, so they'll get to know the frequencies and they'll be able to counter jam ECCM measures. And that is the time you will see one B-2 bomber, one F-35 going down. One is already down. So it's not hypothetical or the future. You've shown it to the world. This is careening out of control and, drunkenly going down.
Okay.
I hope it is because there are a lot of Shia people out there and the Shia militias. If they even use manpads, they can get them down. Because over Kuwait, I'm not very sure if the Iranians have that long range. They don't have S-400s. Unless the Russians have supplied them that. That is the only way they could shoot down this plane. I would reckon this is the Russian manpads.
Yeah. So we have a video of the pilot as well. The pilot ejected here in this particular case. It was a fighter jet that was shot perhaps over the skies of Kuwait, and the pilot ejected, and you can see him there with the chute, and that's the picture of the pilot. So this is a real-time breaking story that we are tracking to you on Republic. Look at that. That's the first picture of the pilot who ejected from that jet. We don't have the details of the make of the jet. In all probability, he appears to have been an F-series plane that was shot from the skies over Kuwait, of the pilot ejecting, the US fighter jet pilot who ejected, and he managed to stay alive even as his bird was brought down. We don't know whether it was an Iranian missile or otherwise, but in all likelihood it was an Iranian missile. So that's a picture that came in from Kuwait a short while back. Even as we get in reports now, different journalists now reporting that there is a wave of new attacks being heard, explosions being heard, that there have been explosions in Dubai. This is a video of the fighter jet pilot who was rescued. So we have the full series. In fact, this has been caught, over the Middle East. People are just shooting videos and sharing them. It's a war being fought real time. The jet was shot. Let's show you the sequence. The jet was shot in the skies. You can see the jet falling from the skies, and the pilot ejects. You can see him standing and then being rescued and then put into a car and being taken away. The entire series of what happened there over the skies of Kuwait being witnessed in these visuals that you're seeing. Let's put the pictures out, please. That's the jet falling from the skies. We are not clear what make the jet was. It was a fighter jet over Kuwait, and the pilot ejected. And the pilot was later taken away. We are told it was an American jet. We don't have a confirmation on that or the make of the jet. Okay, General Bakshi, I wanted to get your view on the evolving situation in Dubai, because we are told that even as we speak, there are more explosions in Dubai. There are more explosions in Bahrain's capital of Manama, more explosions in Dubai, more explosions in Doha. This is not good, because there may be a concern of these countries depleting their air defense systems, something that we were talking about earlier, if these attacks continue. Sir?
The simple fact is that Dubai was a safe haven for all kind of, company, corporate headquarters from all over the world, Americans, European, all flocking there because it is so peaceful, so quiet, so secure. Now it's not. You could even see an exodus of business from Dubai at this rate, man. I hope that doesn't happen. But this is dangerous. And that aircraft seems to be either an F-35, either could also be an F-20 Raptor. I could only very fleetingly see the profile from below, which would help you identify. But those are bloody expensive. F-20 Raptor, if it has gone down, is $300 million plus. F-35 is about $101 million.
Yes. So I'm getting in a breaking news update. I request you to stay with us. A new video that has been released by the IDF of the American fighter jet crash. Let's go across straight to that. This is the IDF latest video that has come in is of the operation over Lebanon. Let me just get that video in. The IDF has said it has launched an additional wave of strikes in Lebanon. the Israeli Defense Forces, saying they've begun striking additional Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. So Hezbollah leadership being targeted. The IDF has launched an additional wave of strikes in Lebanon, striking additional Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. These are pictures coming in, released by the IDF. The Hezbollah leadership also, we are told, is being wiped out. General Bakshi. Now, how significant is that in your view of Hezbollah trying to sort of target Israel, open up a new front, but even that appears to have been crushed?
Look, last time the Hezbollah was decimated. Nasrallah, the commander, was killed, then the number 2 was killed, and number 3 was killed. And the Israelis were quite prepared for the Nasrallah, the Hezbollah, which had about 1 lakh of rockets and missiles, not very sophisticated, but a mass of them, which could sort of overwhelm the defensive networks. If nothing, they would suppress the air defenses while the Iranian missiles were able to get in and hit. So it was a two-front scenario that the Israelis could get into, and they were very ultra-sensitive to this. So they have been not waiting to be hit. They have launched preemptive attacks. But the simple thing is that Hezbollah still has about 30,000 odd rockets and missiles left in its arsenal. If it starts firing them off, well, then that may entail a ground invasion, may require an invasion from the ground by Israel. That is why it has called up its reservists in anticipation of having to launch a ground invasion to stop the barrage of missiles coming from Hezbollah. The Iranians are now going all out. Last time they had told the proxies, you stay away, we'll handle this. But this time they have learned their lessons. So the Houthis are threatened to close the, they have said we will close up the Red Sea. And they are also taking pot shots at the American bases. We are told that the one in Bahrain, it was a Houthi missile, and they had played merry hell into the shipping last year. The Americans had to launch a very, very concerted campaign of months to take them out, and they took losses. They took losses, and it wasn't a cakewalk.
Yeah. Sir,
that is the problem area now.
Sir, be with me, sir. I have to take a break. I request you to stay with us, General Bakshi, because we need to take a short break. A very, very quick break, and we'll come back with, we have more details coming in that a new wave of attacks have been launched by Iran, targeting specifically the UAE, Qatar. We have those pictures coming in. Just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Taking a short break here on Republic.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप. MDH का जल जीरा, जीरा सिप.
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MDH.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट.
अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया!
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम दे.
बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wing.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, welcome back, friends. In fact, there is another round of breaking news developments that we are going to focus on in this broadcast at 11 a.m. on what's happening in West Asia and the Middle East. Iran launching a counter-offensive cutting across the region. And you have powerful explosions now being heard in Doha, and which means that the Al Udeid air base of the United States is being targeted again. But remember, this time Iran has gone beyond military targets and hit civilian areas also in UAE, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in Qatar. And this seems to be one of those. Iran really letting it loose in all directions, Niranjan.
We saw videos come in of air sirens in Dubai. A few minutes back, we saw videos of the air sirens in Dubai sounded. At the airport, people rushing to the basement. These were videos that came in from Doha, Qatar. There were explosions heard in Doha, Qatar, as per the latest information coming in. Multiple targets hit in the latest wave launched by Iran, and the targets included in Doha, in Dubai, and in Kuwait. Now, these are details coming in. Dubai has been extremely guarded. Dubai not confirming any attacks, saying that there were interceptions at best, but no new explosions have been heard in the last few hours. Fresh wave of attacks. So they're not pulling back. It's only, in fact, intensifying.
Yeah, absolutely. And this seems like somebody's in charge in Tehran, and that person in charge in Tehran has decided that if we cannot get to the United States, let's get to their allies, the Sunni allies of the United States in West Asia across the Gulf. And so you are seeing UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, all getting targeted by Iranian drones and missiles. But I wonder if the bigger missiles are going to be coming into play, because this seems like small payload, small missiles, drones, etc., being targeted at civilian areas in these countries. So I think what we are seeing is, Niranjan, a proxy war really panning out, with Iran earning more enemies than it had at the beginning. And to that end, the objectives of the United States and Israel getting doubly achieved. So while on the one hand, the top leadership, almost the entire top leadership of Iran stands completely decimated, gone, led by Ayatollah Khamenei and the defense minister and the IRGC chief and the chief of his staff and who not. On the other, you have a situation where everyone in the neighborhood does not like Iran anymore.
Abhishek, yeah, and the fact is, it's only going to escalate from here. And just another video that came in now of another US base being struck in Bahrain. You had that defining video that we broke a few minutes back, that of that plane falling from the skies. Yeah. That tells you, that is the imagery this morning of the plane falling from the skies, is the video of the moment. I'm using that video of the moment, and we'll go across for a few minutes now. We will focus on the markets and how the markets are reacting, because across the world there is shock. Most markets are tanking across the world. And I want to go across to Ajay Bagga. Ajay Bagga is joining us live on the broadcast. Ajay, good morning. Sensex rallying around 80,000 this morning. How are you seeing markets react today? Was this expected, or can it get worse, Ajay?
Yeah, very difficult to say, Niranjan, how much worse it can get, because the situation is so fluid, so dynamic. In the morning, what happened, Trump gave bites to ABC and to New York Times, where he said, if the new leadership of Iran is pragmatic, I'm willing to lift sanctions. So that led to a recovery in global markets. Asian markets opened up about 2.5% down, and they went down about 1.5% after that. Oil, which had risen about 13% in the morning, went down to 5% rise. So there was some recovery in the market sentiment. But what happened over the last 1 hour, the Iranian security chief, he tweeted himself that no negotiations will be done with the US. And now, as you were breaking news, that fresh attacks might have been done on West Asia. So based on that, the markets are down again a little bit more. How far do they fall will really depend on the duration and scale of this conflict. Our assessment is that the new leadership will eschew ideology, focus on survival, and they will come to the negotiation table. But both sides are trying to degrade the other's capabilities before they renew negotiations. And that is causing a risk of sentiment, Niranjan.
This is Abhishek joining in this conversation with you. I mean, should we be even surprised that this was going to happen? The markets would react that way, and the movement of oil prices would happen in this manner. But my question is, if you have done an analysis, what's your understanding of how good we are in terms of our energy security, say if the situation goes on for a fortnight or 3 weeks, or as President Trump has said that this might go on for 4 weeks?
Yeah, 4 weeks will get difficult, Abhishek, but the good news is that there is a lot of Russian oil available on the market, and I'm sure the US will not have an issue with India buying more Russian oil. Our February intake of Russian oil went down to 1 million barrels a day. We can take about 3 million barrels a day of Russian oil. So I'm sure our market, our refining companies are looking at other sources of oil. The other thing is there is a pipeline from Abu Dhabi coming out at Oman, so the Gulf of Oman, and from there the tankers will be picking up. There is one more pipeline which goes west to east in Saudi, and it opens at the mouth of the Red Sea. Again, there oil can be picked up for Europe. So there will be diversion. So out of the 20 million barrels a day that was flowing out of the Strait of Hormuz, nearly about 12 million can be accounted for by these two pipelines. But there will be a shortfall of about 8 to 10 million barrels for the world out of 100 million barrels that are used roughly every day. So that shortfall has started from yesterday. The good news is about 1,200 million barrels are lying in reserves with various countries. India also has a reserve of about 70 days in our tanks. So immediately there is no, there is no shortage looming for us. Plus the Russian oil is available, which I'm sure India will be trying to get to our shores. The third thing is we are hoping that it won't last 3 to 4 weeks. Neither of the sides, Abhishek, has armaments enough. Already the US air defense, if you look at the bases, they didn't have so much air defense. That's why the missiles are going through. Today, missile has landed in Israel. There are more explosions in the Gulf. So US also cannot sustain it for 3 to 4 weeks. It's a matter of a week more before the armaments run out. That is our estimate. So there might be pain. But again, I'm saying this is being done by both sides to help them in their ultimate negotiation. Negotiations will come and India has to wait it out. Luckily, we are not directly impacted apart from the oil and apart from the 9 million Indians in the Gulf.
It's reassuring, Ajay Bagga, to hear from you that we have storages, oil storage for about 60, 70 days, and so that should take care of any contingency insofar as disruption of supplies because of the Middle East situation is concerned. But did I miss some news there? What makes you so confident that the United States would not object to India buying Russian oil? I mean, is there some headline we missed somewhere?
No, it's the practicality of it. Abhishek, out of 104 million barrels a day, 8 to 10 have gone out of the world supply. So China is in a bind, Japan is in a bind, Korea is in a bind, India is in a bind. These are the 4 big users of that Gulf oil, apart from some African countries. That's where it used to come, this oil. And now the practical thing is there is excess supply sitting in Saudis and in Abu Dhabi. Those you can't evacuate. There is about 5 million barrels sitting with the Saudis and UAE, but you're not able to bring it out because the pipelines are running at full capacity. And ships are not running. So where is the excess capacity now? It's sitting with Russia. And you're not allowing India to buy that. India now had reduced the Russian purchase from 33% to about 21% in February. That we can ratchet up back to 33%. It will help us a lot. I'm sure China is doing that already. And in this kind of a war situation where we cannot get supplies anywhere else, it's but logical that India will step across to Russia.
Yeah. How do you see the world markets react this morning, Ajay?
Yeah, Niranjan, this 1% down is par for the course. That's our normal reaction to a Trump tweet also. So it's been below the expectations, I would say. Situation is better. What the market is reading, that there will be a negotiation ultimately. So with the Iranian leadership getting wiped out, there is a leadership succession battle that must be brewing there. And then as the new leader emerges, there will be a lot of rhetoric. Like yesterday, they said we will stab US in the heart and stuff like that. They don't have that capability. The survival is an issue. The Strait of Hormuz being closed down is very hurtful to the Iranians also. Their currency is already so poor. 17 lakh rials to the dollar is the currency. So it is a population under a lot of stress. But however, having said that, they are a regime which has prepared for this day. They have 4 successors for every post identified. They have a playlist identified of what's to be done when. But the US is trying to degrade them so much that they come to the negotiation table. What they are trying to do, they have found the soft underbelly in terms of the GCC countries. They are using the ruse of US bases being there. Nearly 60,000 US servicemen are on these bases. They're trying to attack the Arabians to widen the battle. Again, they can't take on the might of the wealth of Arabia and the armament of the US. They have even attacked a UK base in Cyprus. So they're trying to widen the conflict so their negotiation becomes easier. But the staying power is not there on either side more than a week. So this will come back to a negotiation, but we are not saying to buy into these markets. You have to just sit on the sidelines, let this work out, because we don't know how bad it will get before it turns, but it is going to turn.
Check with, what's your take on the way, Dubai has been hit, for example? I mean, people thought that Dubai is one of the world's safest cities, right? And you're seeing the impact of these strikes on Dubai, one of the worst hit. And they continue to face these attacks even this morning. In fact, just before we came live to you, we heard of a new wave of attacks on Dubai. Now, from a business perspective, is it going to hit the image? Will businesses think twice going ahead?
Yeah, Niranjan, and if you see millionaires, migration was the highest to Dubai. They offered a tax-free, regime to millionaires around the world. So from UK, from Europe, and a lot of the Russian money had come into Dubai. Right now, there are 50,000 Russians stuck in Dubai. Including 20,000 who came. There was a special school holiday, and nearly 20,000 were there on chartered flights. So 50,000 Russians right now are in Dubai. That's why the Sheikh has announced that the city-state will be picking up all the costs of people who are stuck because of their airlines not taking off. The hotel costs, all the other costs will be picked up by Dubai. So this is hitting business sentiment a lot. When you were looking at, say, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Singapore versus Dubai, Dubai was emerging as a hot favorite for money to move across. Lot of Indians that you meet, Niranjan, they are actually not filing returns in India. They stay in Dubai. And that's why the government brought down that 180 days rule to 120 days, because so much Indian money has also migrated to Dubai. And very senior industrialists, very senior private equity managers are now Dubai residents for tax purposes. All those will be now re-evaluating. I was talking to a fund manager who has been stuck there since the last 2 days. He was saying that, there are sirens, there are explosions, which are probably in the sky. But the hotel shakes every time those huge missiles are taken down by their air defenses. So all this does scar the sentiment. And the gainers would be havens like Luxembourg, havens like British Virgin Islands, like the Caribbean, and Switzerland, Singapore as competitors will definitely gain versus Dubai.
Just one correction. Yeah. Ajay Bagga, when you said, Niranjan, when you meet people, the kind of people you are talking about paying taxes in Dubai and Switzerland, you meet those people, not Niranjan and I. And also, when you say, Ajay Bagga, that, it's par for the course, and which basically means that, and the markets have perhaps not fallen much, you are expecting that maybe they might fall even further.
Yes, Abhishek, and you will not know, I cannot disclose, but you do meet them, they come on your summits and they talk.
All right.
They will not wear a badge to tell you that we are in Dubai, but the very fact that the government of India reduced this 180 days to 120 was to catch that. There are people who don't file returns anywhere in the world. They're not residents tax-wise anywhere. So a lot of that money was going to Dubai. Most of the Russian money post-Ukraine flowed to Dubai. So all those will get nearly about 5,000 UK millionaires have come to Dubai. So you look at any wealth manager, they have branches in Dubai now to manage that money. And this was unexpected for Iran to widen like this. So now they've got all the Arabians against them, and they've also attacked Cyprus. And Trump would have bombed Iran 4 weeks back, but for the Arabians. They said that you cannot use any of our bases where you have got your armaments and people stationed for an attack on Iran. So they had conveyed this to Iran. that our territories, our airspace will not be used against you. Despite that, and this is not Khamenei's decision. Khamenei was taken off in early Saturday itself. The new people, and mostly it was regional level commanders because the top leadership was wiped out. Even before the succession happened, attacks on the Gulf were ordered. So this is a very new reality. It hurts. How bad does the market go is anybody's guess. Mostly the risk for India will get transmitted across three things. One is, and all linked to the Gulf, not to Iran directly. Iran, we have a $1 billion export exposure. At any time, we have about 500 million outstanding with Iran. So those exporters, basmati rice, foodstuffs, tea exporters, they are in a bit of a shambles. But for us, we have very big infrastructure companies which get 30-40% of their order book from the Middle East. Right now, today they are falling. The three big things for us. One is oil price. 85% of our oil comes as an import. So oil price rising hits India very badly. $10 oil price hike means 30 to 40 basis point deterioration in our current account deficit, 30 to 50 basis point increase, 0.5% increase in our inflation for every $10 increase in oil price. Second big thing is Middle East is a very key trading partner for us. UAE, for example, is our third biggest trading partner. And after the Trump tariffs, a lot of Indian exporters were using the UAE stamp to export into the US. So textiles, gems, jewelry, leathers, they would go from Indian ports outside the UAE. There will be a stamp made in UAE, and these were going into US. So all that trade comes under a cloud. The third big thing is the 9 million Indians who are residing in the Gulf, 90 lakh Indians who send home about $50 billion a year, their lives, their livelihoods, and their remittances. So these are the big three connections which are spoiling our markets. General risk of around the world, 1% down. India, the risk is oil price further rise. Second is UAE and the rest of the Gulf as very key strategic export partners, trade partners with us. Third is our order flow of infrastructure companies, water companies that are working in the Middle East. And fourth is the 90 lakh Indians who are resident in these GCC countries.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us this morning, Ajay. The markets have fallen. Mr. Ajay Bagga says that it's not as bad as we thought it was. It can get worse, but it is not very bad. Okay, thank you, Ajay. We'll connect with you in a short bit because we're getting in some more breaking news. A video that came in from Bahrain. Abhishek, hearing that the US Embassy in Bahrain, in Kuwait and Bahrain. In US Embassy in Kuwait has been hit. There is a video that has been posted by some Arab media houses that shows the US Embassy hit in Kuwait by an Iranian missile. So they're going after any building, any establishment, any infrastructure, American infrastructure in the Middle East, not restricted to just bases. There was a video that we've just accessed. There is a video as well. Let's play the video out. Abhishek, something that I think this is going to be a trend perhaps in the next couple of hours and days as they go after
I would say a couple of days, and maybe not couple of days, possibly a couple of weeks, because look at this statement. In fact, we can break that also. A statement, fresh statement coming in from Iranian National Security Advisor Ali Larijani. And that's a very combative statement. Can we break that statement also, along with these pictures? Ali Larijani is saying, we are not talking, we are not negotiating. So it's a dare. It's a dare to the US president, because remember what President Trump said last night, that he said that the new people want to talk to us and we are ready to talk. Larijani says we don't want to talk, which means these attacks are going to continue, which means that this cycle of strikes and counter strikes between Iran on one side and the US and its allies on the other, is going to continue. And remember the kind of statement we saw coming in from the UAE, for example, with the civilian infrastructure and the civilian areas, civilian targets hit across UAE from Abu Dhabi to Dubai to other places, to Sharjah. I think even these Arab nations might join in some kind of military response. And then you're going to see a broader regional conflict panning out with Israel already targeting Hezbollah in Lebanon. I think what we are seeing is a next fortnight of instability in Niranjan. And these are just pictures of the first couple of days.
Yes. Those are pictures that came in of the US Embassy in Kuwait. So there are two videos, in fact, that are coming in, Abhishek, right now. Two defining images, three defining videos, actually. One of the jet falling from the skies, and we broke that video earlier today. A fighter jet believed to be, either an F-15.
Yeah, we can have all the three pictures together.
Yeah, we can put out all the three pictures. A fighter, US jet falling from the skies, and then a US base hit. A US base that was hit in Bahrain, and then a US embassy hit in Kuwait. So these are defining images that are coming in from different parts of the Middle East. In Kuwait, a US jet has been hit. In Bahrain, a US base has been hit. And in Kuwait, a US embassy has been hit. So this is only escalating. And perhaps it's going to escalate further in the next few hours, as indicated by Iran. So three defining images, and we have these videos coming in back-to-back, coming into our newsrooms. Abhishek?
Yeah, absolutely. And this really gives you an idea of the scale of destruction that's really taking place in this region, Niranjan. And, you look at UAE, pictures coming in from UAE, look at pictures coming in from Bahrain, look at pictures coming in from Kuwait, even Iran for that matter. Iran is badly hit. We cannot not forget the incident of Minab, where school children, mostly girl students, have been killed, about 150 plus as per the Iranian media reports. And it's not just a number, those are individuals, those are people, those are girl students. So casualties are being reported, destruction is being reported on both the sides for the first time. The United States admitting that it has lost 3 of its soldiers, even as the reports about targeting of USS Abraham Lincoln were fact-checked by the Central Command of the United States. I think this is getting worse. This is something which is going to have consequences for economic stability, among other things, Niranjan.
Yes. So those are pictures coming in of a US base being hit. Meanwhile, getting in another breaking news update now that there are 31 casualties, 31 people killed in the Israeli strikes on Lebanon after the Hezbollah attack. There were strikes carried out by Israel on Lebanon, targeting the Hezbollah leadership. Some Hezbollah faction leaders were killed this morning in the strike. Lebanon's health ministry has confirmed that 31 people, that's the official number that they've put out, 31 people have been killed in those strikes. On the left of your screens, ladies and gentlemen, once more as we stay live with the updates coming in Bahrain, a US base has been hit. On the right in Kuwait, a US embassy has been hit. And we had another video. We'll put out the three windows of the three defining images. In Kuwait, a US jet was hit, fell from the skies. In Bahrain, a US base has been struck. In Kuwait, a US embassy has been struck by an Iranian missile. As we get more news of casualties in Lebanon, 31 people killed in Israeli strikes on Lebanon. There have been violent explosions in Jaffa, Israel as well. These are breaking news inputs coming in.
Is Jaffa hit?
Jaffa has been hit. We've been told that there are explosions in Jaffa, Israel. That's a breaking news update that is coming in right now. We're waiting for more details. Okay. But this is an initial report, Abhishek, that's come in.
Yeah, so the IDF says that they have identified more of Iranian rockets coming their way. 31 people killed in Israeli strikes on Lebanon, and Israel has, again, like it always does, or more often than not it does, turned it into a multi-front war. So while it is engaging with Iran and hitting targets inside Iran, it has also opened a front with the Hezbollah in Lebanon. That's because some rockets were lobbed by the guerrilla force based out of southern Lebanon into northern Israel, and 31 people killed now in retaliatory strikes by Israel. The Israeli Defense Forces have issued an alert saying that more rockets could be coming to central Israel from Iran, and the public is requested to exercise responsibility and act in accordance with the guidelines in terms of staying put in the shelters whenever sirens go off. That's the standard mechanism that's in place insofar as Israel is concerned, but we are continuing to see a very unstable Middle East now reporting counter strikes amid statements coming in.
That's the video from Lebanon, Abhishek, that came in.
Okay, these are pictures from Lebanon of the Israeli strikes earlier, and these are on the outskirts of Beirut that these strikes. Remember, the Lebanese government is absolutely clear that they do not want to get into this, and they have made a statement condemning all the missiles that were hurled in the direction of Israel by the Hezbollah. So the Lebanese government in Beirut is not standing with Hezbollah in any manner or giving a picture that they do not protect them. But Hezbollah, being a militia force, occupies certain pockets outside of Beirut and southern Lebanon, and from those places they continue to fire rockets, small ones, in northern Israel, and that really leads to disruption in civil life there. Israel, of course, now responding with a blitz there, as can be seen in the pictures. So the kind of bombing that's taken place, these are obviously precision-guided, targeted bombs, because Israel has the intelligence to pinpoint where exactly Hezbollah rockets are coming from, and so we are seeing this action claiming 31 lives. Now, whether all of them were Hezbollah. Okay. So, action everywhere, not just abroad, but at home front also. There are some pictures coming in from Kashmir, I believe, Niranjan.
Abhishek, these are pictures coming in from Kashmir. Let's go across straight to those pictures coming in.
The placards of Ali Khamenei. We are seeing the female mourners as well. Here, there's a heavy clash. Shh. Live. Hello?
On it.
Live.
Go ahead.
On it.
Zeenat, go ahead. Zeenat is in Batmalu, Srinagar. She's live.
Between the mourners and the Jammu and Kashmir police here. The visuals that we show you here comes from Batmalu area of Srinagar. Although the J&K police and the administration had announced the strict restrictions so that people would not come out. Yesterday, a gathering of more than 1 lakh people were seen in Lal Chowk, and this crowd would come from different areas. But today you see the smoke shells that is landing just near to the Shia mourners who are coming here. So we see the J&K police here, the IG Kashmir, VK Bridhi here, monitoring the situation, being accompanied by DIG CKR, and also the other force on the ground to defy. These mourners try to defy the restrictions on the ground. So heavy shelling that was witnessed in Batmalu area. You see the shell that just exploded here. You see the smoke that is right there on the sky. This tells you the situation on ground. The Shia mourners carrying the flag. The red flags are there. The picture of Ali Khamenei is there. And now we are seeing that the police personnel is carrying the lathis, these tear smoke guns, holding in their hands, and they are rushing towards the site to disperse the mourners. So these are the visuals right from the ground of Batmalu, where you see they are trying to disperse the mourners. And the mourners not only are the younger lot, but the kids that you see on ground. We are seeing the J&K police with the lathis trying to disperse. Although we are not seeing the sloganeering that is going on here. The India go back. The same slogans that used to witness in 2000 19. Now the same slogans are being
speak in Hindi as well, because we are live with you. We are live with you on Republic Bharat and Republic TV. Can you please speak in Hindi as well, so both our viewers can understand on both Republic TV and Bharat?
निरंजन, जो आप विजुअल्स यहाँ देख रहे हैं, ये बटमालू एरिया के हैं। बटमालू में एक लॉन्ग प्रोसेशन निकला शिया मोर्नर्स का, जो कि बेमना से आ रहा था, और यहाँ बटमालू क्रॉसिंग पे पुलिस ने कोशिश की मोर्नर्स को डिस्पर्स करने के लिए, लेकिन मोर्नर्स आगे बढ़ते रहे और उसके बाद टीयर स्मोक शेल्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ। पुलिस कोशिश कर रही है कि इनको डिस्पर्स किया जा सके ताकि कोई भी इंजरी या कैजुअल्टी ना देखने को मिले। वही जो है मोर्नर्स ने जो है रिस्ट्रिक्शंस को डिफाई किया। एक लंबा जुलूस जो है, जो हज़ारों की तादाद में लोग यहाँ जमा हुए हैं, अली खामनेई की पिक्चर्स, पोस्टर्स और मर्सिया जो आप देख रहे हैं, द बीटिंग ऑफ द चेस्ट that is going on here, which you see on the screens. So they are the mourners, because since yesterday we are seeing the large processions going on in the Kashmir Valley. हर तरह से processions निकले, चाहे नॉर्थ कश्मीर हो, साउथ कश्मीर हो, और मेजॉरिटी जो processions निकले वो श्रीनगर में कल्मिनेट हुए, लाल चौक घंटाघर के पास। और आज जो है एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने रात को ये अनाउंस कर दिया था कि किसी को भी बाहर आने की इजाज़त नहीं दी जाएगी, और वहीं जो है हज़ारों की तादाद में भीड़ जो है मोर्नर्स की, they started coming towards the Srinagar. This is Srinagar police in action, trying to defy the mourners, trying to defy the restrictions. They barricades को हटाया गया. They are beating their chest, raising the slogans in favor of Ali Khamenei, who was the supreme leader of Iran. They are carrying the posters with the Iranian flags that you see here. You see on the other side the women mourners. From my right, at my VJ Mubashir is showing you the women mourners. There on the other side, the tear smoke shells that are being used to disperse the crowd. Let me remind you, Nirjan, this kind of pictures were being witnessed in the Srinagar or in the valley. First time in 6 years. Last time shelling was witnessed in 2019 when article was abrogated. Since then the police Kashmir had turned peaceful. लेकिन उसके बाद जो है आज फिर से जो है एक बार restrictions को डिफाई किया गया। हालांकि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने जिस तरह की अरेंजमेंट्स की हुई थी तो लग नहीं रहा था कि कोई भी इस तरह की हरकत देखने को मिलेगी, लेकिन अब जो है सीआरपीएफ का फौज भी यहाँ है, वहीं आईजी कश्मीर खुद मॉनिटरिंग में यहाँ लगे हुए हैं। पुलिस का सबसे ज़्यादा फोकस है कि कोई भी इंजरी या कैजुअल्टी जो है, कोई इंजरी या कैजुअल्टी जो है यहाँ देखने को मिले। एक बार फिर से सीआरपीएफ का जवान स्मोक शेल्स का बैग लेकर, आप देख सकते हैं ये टीयर स्मोक कैंसिस्टर्स होते हैं जिसको यूज़ किया जा सकता है ताकि क्राउड को डिस्पर्स किया जाए। वो देखिए शेल लगा, बिल्कुल उधर गिरा, वहाँ देखिए आसमान में किस तरह का धुआं जो शेल जो है प्रोड्यूस करते हैं। ये एक एक्सरसाइज होती है ताकि इसमें कोई इंजरी या कैजुअल्टी ना हो और क्राउड जो है डिस्पर्स हो। हालांकि पुलिस कोशिश कर रही है कि यहाँ जो है क्राउड डिस्पर्स हो, वापस लौट जाए, जहाँ पुलिस भी कह रही है वापस लौट। वही शिया मोर्नर्स जो है, और कल जो है कई प्रोसेशंस में देखा गया कि सुन्नी मुसलमान जो थे उन्होंने भी बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ हिस्सा लिया। लेकिन वहीं आज जो है जुलूस बेमना से जो श्रीनगर का ही हिस्सा है, वहाँ पर ये देखिए पुलिस लाठीचार्ज करते हुए पुलिस जो है मोर्नर्स को भगाने की कोशिश कर रही है। हाथापाई वहीं देखने को मिल रही है। ये देखिए मोर्नर्स को
We'll stay with these pictures.
लिया जा रहा है।
We'll stay with these pictures. I think Major General Harsha Kakkar is joining us, Abhishek. So we'll go
I have a
across to
question
him.
for Zeenat. Zeenat, these shots, these are gunshots being fired, or these are tear gas shells being lobbed?
These are the... This,
Zeenat, Abhishek was checking whether these were gunshots being fired or tear gas being lobbed there.
no, this is tear gas smoke shelling that is going on. It's a non-lethal weapon, usually to disperse the crowd on ground. So smoke shells that you see from this area, the J&K police is using the tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd. The loud bangs that you see on the screen, this is only to disperse the crowd because the crowd comprises more of the
I'm
youngsters.
staying with you. I'm staying with those pictures. I'm staying with those pictures. I'm staying with those pictures as we get in Major General Harsha Kakkar as well, because in this segment we were to discuss Abhishek. We were to discuss
Iran,
the situation in Afghanistan and Pakistan.
Yeah.
Major General Harsha Kakkar is a national security and strategic affairs analyst. General Harsha Kakkar, this morning we had the Ministry of Home Affairs also, give out an advisory to all state governments asking for law and order situation to be kept under control, to identify possible radical elements. Now, I'm not saying any of those people protesting in Srinagar are radical, but we saw what happened in Pakistan yesterday. Sir, in your view, I'd like to get, first of all, your comments to what is going on, these protests here in Srinagar, sir.
See, people will protest because, you have your views, you have your own beliefs. So there is nothing wrong. The protest should be peaceful. You have a right to protest. After all, we're a democracy. The protest should be peaceful. The protest should be within lines. It should not inconvenience the locals. There are places where you should. Rather than inconveniencing everyone, I think it's fair that the protests are held. They're escorted by security forces and they're kept within limits and peaceful. You need to convey a message. Yes, it can go through peaceful protests.
Yeah, and General Kakkar, but the point is that this seems to be going on for almost a week now, which means the Taliban regime now has the firepower to really hit back on a sustained basis to the Pakistanis.
Okay, this is on the Afghanistan story. So we're segueing to that, sir. Yes.
Okay. So you're looking at that. You see, definitely the Taliban were expecting something to happen. But it's very interesting, before I come to the Taliban, it's very interesting. India accused Pakistan of being behind the Pahalgam attack and being behind terrorism in India, and we hit the terrorist camps straight. Pakistan accuses India of being behind what Afghanistan is doing or supporting terrorist camps, which is what they claim they are. There is no proof, there is no evidence. Well, why are they targeting Afghanistan when they say that India is behind it? That's the first part. Second, when you look at Afghanistan, Afghanistan is aware that Pakistan would do something because that's all that they can do. They can't control the situation within. They failed to control the situation in both Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Balochistan. Their people have surrendered in Balochistan and they were forced to release a large number of Baloch to get those 7 soldiers back. Of course, they're not announcing it on media. And the fact is that the Taliban is aware they don't have air power, but they've all got drones. And it's the drones of theirs which are effective. Today, there is no nation which doesn't produce drones. There is no nation which cannot develop or have drones. There is everyone that's doing it. In Ukraine, it's a domestic industry, and the same would be the state in Afghanistan. Parts for a drone come from anywhere and everywhere, including China, so there is no shortfall. And they're utilizing what they've got best, drones and their ability to target Pakistan's major bases. Noor Khan is just about recovering after what India did. And here comes another strike on it that'll push it back by another few months. But that's a clear message that they're conveying, that we have the ability to strike and we will. And we're not going to get down or we're not going to surrender.
General Kakkar, these are war times and very unstable, turbulent times from Af-Pak to Iran to the wider Middle East. In fact, as we speak, there is an announcement coming in from the Israeli side that they're going to continue the offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon for a few days. And not ending today itself. Similarly, we have seen the Iranians mention how there is no question whatsoever of talking with the Americans. This was in response to President Trump saying that Iran wants to talk. Ali Larijani, the NSA of Iran, has said, we are not talking. How long this period of instability is going to last in your assessment, General Khakkar?
The fact is that both both the US and Israel have different endgames. Israel has openly announced that we want to stop Iran from becoming nuclear. The US, Trump has been insisting, I'm looking at regime change. They both have different names for the operation that they're launching, and they're launching joint. Now, when you have two different war aims or two different end games, and at the same time you're launching forces together, until you achieve both, how do you assume that they will end? So, I mean, it's going to be time before the whole thing comes to a close. There are talks from one side. The US is saying that Iran wants to talk. Iran on its side has said we will not negotiate. So in that scenario, it's going to take some time more before anything happens, because neither is there a sign of regime change, nor are there any indicators of their nuclear production sites having been destroyed. So we don't know exactly. So I think I would expect it to continue for another few days.
General Khakkar, thank you for joining us this morning on this breaking news broadcast. We look forward to speaking to you again. I'm going back to the pictures that came in from Srinagar. Republic is the only channel live there as protesters, pro-Khamenei protesters are marching, clashing with the police. These were pictures, very dramatic images that came in. I'm going back to those pictures. Zeenath is live there. Zeenath, over to you. Zeenath, are you there? What is the situation, Zeenath? Are they clashing with the police?
See, yes, there are clashes with the police. The tear smoke shells were witnessed. They were lobbed towards the crowd to disperse them. There was stone pelting that was witnessed in the procession itself. J&K police maintaining that they're trying to control the situation. One of the mourners here, the sloganeering that is going on here, because most of the protesters are coming. The anger is running here. Tempers quite up here on the ground. We see the procession not only of the male folks but women protesters. They're raising, sloganeering against the US and the Israel regime, and sloganeering in favor of Iran. That is what on the situation on the ground. The traffic here has been completely stopped, although certain paths the traffic was allowed despite the strict restrictions in the Shia Muslim dominated areas. But here on ground we see the sloganeering. Most of the mourners have taken this route. Most of them are staying on the road. The police trying the best to disperse them, asking them to go back to their places. But we see the young children between the group of 8, 10, 12, they are holding the procession. The women protesters, they are beating the chest. So this is how the situation looks like. Many tear smoke canisters were used to disperse the crowd, holding the picture of Ali Khamenei. They are showing their anger. They are protesting against the US as well as the Israel on the ground. The sloganeering that is taking place here. The police maintaining the calm here, trying to disperse that many of them have come here. The loudspeakers being used by the J&K police so that the mourners are able to leave this road. But barricades have been up from most of the areas, especially the restrictions that we see on in the Shia Muslim belts. The mourners not ready to budge. They are not leaving the road. We see majority of the force of the J&K police here holding the fort with the tear smoke canisters, the bags that they have, the officers with the tear smoke guns in their hands to see that the dispersal. They are able to do the dispersal of the crowd. But again here you see the smoke that you see on the screens. It is once again a tear smoke canister that was being lobbed to take these processors out from this road. But police with the lathis, holding the lathis in the hand, with the shields. So these are the scenes that one can see almost after 6 years, because Kashmir in all these years had not witnessed these kind of processions. Even in the month of Muharram, that had turned peaceful in the last 6 years. But now the situation has turned volatile in the Srinagar street. This is the Batmalu area of Srinagar, where the procession had been coming from the Bemina. It reached to this Batmalu junction, and now it's pushing these mourners towards the Chatabal crossing. The procession has reached. You see, when the police is trying to push these protesters back, we are seeing another response coming from the protesters that they don't want to leave. They're pushing the action that you see here. This is a police, between the police and the mourners, the Srinagar police, the SP South here himself on the ground with the helmets on their heads, the guns in their hands, lathis in their hands, the shields that they carry to say that nothing turns untoward here. No injury should be reported or the casualty. Yesterday also, mourners were allowed to take the procession, and all the processions culminated at Gantagar yesterday, and it remained peaceful, with the result seeing the kind of the crowd that swelled up yesterday in the streets of Srinagar. Administration yesterday evening took the decision to not allow the processions. The loudspeaker that one can hear, it's say the people inside this van, they're asking people to go back, because otherwise there will be strictness that will be imposed. So they're continuously warning the people to go back to their destinations, go back to their places. The loudspeaker announcement is being made by the J&K police that it is humbly requested to kindly go back. We are putting lot of strains. Don't allow us to go law and order out of hands. So there is a humble appeal that comes from the J&K police through their loudspeakers. Their vehicles are fitted with loudspeakers, asking the crowd to go back. So this is how the anger is boiling here. The women mourners, they are staying here, not allowing to return. So this is how the procession has taken an ugly turn here at the Chatabal crossing, where the mourners are not listening to the police. Many of them beating the chest, condemning the action coming from the Israel or the US regime, holding the pictures of Ali Khamenei in their hand. So the kind of sentiment that see you on ground, because Ali Khamenei, despite being the Shia global leader, this spiritual connection that he shared across with the Sunni belts, Sunni Muslims also, he gained a lot of popularity. So yesterday in the procession, apart from Shia mourners dominating the processions, we have witnessed the presence of Sunni mourners. Many political leaders also joined them yesterday. But this time, the police administration was very clear that such kind of processions would not be allowed in the Srinagar, So the restrictions were put in, the barricades were done, and people were informed that today nobody will be allowed to move out. But here, this is one of the procession. People in hundreds number, they took the streets, raising the slogans. Police still maintaining the calm. not allowing the procession to move towards Batmalu or to the Lal Chowk. They are trying to send them back from this very junction only. So we see the police party, Srinagar police in action, because it is not only the mourners, the presence of fringe elements, internationals were also witnessed yesterday. That is why the deployment of the police is accompanying also these protesters, since we are seeing the exchange of these canisters going on between these police personals. So these are the visuals coming in from Srinagar, where the Shia mourners hit the streets, and the mourning of Ali Khamenei is going on in Srinagar as well.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same SpiceJet. This is the same.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on the live and breaking broadcast here on Republic TV. As we focus on the war in the Middle East, developments in our neighborhood. Afghanistan has struck Pakistan again. Abhishek, focus will be on that first up.
And it's very interesting, Niranjan, because the kind of confidence that's emanating out of those statements, Taliban carrying out attacks and then listing specific targets hit, and all our Pakistani military targets from the core headquarters in Quetta to Noor Khan base outside of Rawalpindi. And it's really amazing that the DGIS PR is silent as yet. They have not really reverted it, which means that these targets have been hit irrespective of whether what was the payload and to what capacity Taliban regime could really hit the Pakistani military installations. But this is significant escalation, and it shows that despite all attempts made by friendly nations to intervene, the battle lines are clearly drawn, and the